Now that's special. A frosted pint glass. The only place you can find a frosted pint glass, I don't know, maybe other places. Look, it's supposed to be a frosted mug. This ain't no root beer. I'm coming on early. It's not really a show. I'm just like a kind of a show. I think as soon as I press that live button thing, it is a show. No, a show has structure. Right now, well, there's a little bit of structure. Frosted pint glass from Czech Republic. Gusser beer from Steiermark in Austria. Sophistication. Oh, you don't see, for me, pint glass means England. England. They just learned about ice cold beer like, I don't know, 10 years ago. True story. Remember my sister, she said, Blakey, I remember England, they serve you warm beer. Back in the old days? Correct. It was chilled by the ground temperature. Well, if you were in London, it'd be the Thames river temperature in your basement underneath your pub. Oh, this one's going to go over. Oh, I wish I could be perfect. I am perfect because I'm the king of acceptance. Oh, sophistication. Nice and frothy, the way the British don't like it. Ice cold, the way the British have learned to like it. And I hope you learn to like and love. Live from Vienna, you're watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show. let me clear my throat. The Doobie Brothers, that means you're watching the Black Perspective Show. Yes, I have not turned the chat on. You know what? I'm not even going to do my startup right now because I'm like super early. It is now 2203 here in Vienna, Austria. Yeah, I'm from Boston. Look. I'm just playing music for now. And commercials. I'll turn the chat on in a minute. Hi, everybody. Happy Thursday.
You probably won't remember. Probably couldn't forget. Took the love and the surf and the pouring rain. And everything's better with. Took the love, it's driving me mad. It's making me crazy. Took the love, it's driving me mad. It's making me crazy. Lately you live in the jungle. I never see you alone. But we need some definite answers. So I thought I would write you a poem. Your question to everyone's answer is usually asked from within. From the birds and the rain and the truth they contain, they'll breath right out of your skin. Chocolate, it's driving me mad. It's making me crazy. Chocolate, it's driving me mad. It's making me crazy. You treat me like I was your option. You swim in my blood when it's warm. My cycle's a circular motion. Protect you and keep you from harm. You live in a world of illusion. Where everything's peaches and cream. We always a scar of conclusion. But we spend our time in a dream. Jungle love, it's driving me mad. It's making me crazy. Jungle love, it's driving me mad. It's making me crazy. Jungle love, it's driving me mad. It's making me crazy. Jungle love, it's driving me mad. It's making me crazy.
Whoa. Hold on.
Hallo, schön, dass du da bist. Guck
Commercial.
Mehr als
Cool in the gang.
120.000
Here we go. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Welcome to the jungle. In this case, Blackie Fitzpatrick show. Lick. No, Ridge, I'll play your song coming up next. Look. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. I know I'm coming in super early, so A lot of people, I know, you could be shopping. Don't worry, I am not fretting. Okay? Look, there's no frets here. Hold on a second. I take that back. I'm starting to fret. The guitar is starting to fret, but I'm not fretting. There are frets here, but in particular, it has. Oh, the guitar's talking to me. Look. It has nothing to do with me. Look, no. Hello to my lurkers. You guys are great. The first one's in. We got Meredith, Raging Cajun, and a bunch of lurkers. Most people have said this show is rubbish, and you would be correct. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Look, live from the Blackie Fitzpatrick Library Studios. What do you expect? The guy from Boston living in Vienna. He calls himself the King of Lo-Fi. Look, I even have shirts and T-shirts and hoodies and hats, and I got beer. Who cares? Clink. Cheers from Vienna. No, I was trying to make a joke with. I called my show "Pulling My Hair Out," not, and then I thought of Tarzan, and then because he has like the hair and stuff, and then I thought of Jungle, and I thought, well, those three songs came to my mind. But then Region, when I got the request from you, I thought to myself, oh no, Jethro Tull, his songs are like 30 minutes long. But luckily, Region, this one is only 3.5 minutes long, plus 1 second. Jethro Tull, Bungle in the Jungle, if you're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Whoa, after the commercial break. Wake up the neighbors. I mean, knock on the neighbors' doors and whatever. Just say hi. Jethro Tull, by request.
Walking through the forest of hungry heart, stop with the monkeys who live in the dark. I walked alone, on Friday, eating and nuts, saving narrations for Sunday. Lion tigers who wait in the shadows, they're walking, they're lazy, and sleeping we meadows. But that's in the jungle. Well, that's alright. I'm feeling I'm a tiger when I walk up. I'm a snake if we disagree. Just say a word and the voice will be right. Close it back to send it to the night. If it's right, then have me shoulder. Like it, but bolder. I like to be toast, and thank you for this. There's going to be an space, just the weather. But let's wander in the jungle. That's alright by me. One more time, I'm a snake. If you disagree. The rivers are full of crocodiles. Even kittens, but snakes in the grass. The life that's a real home, just a dream. The sunset is waiting for dawn. In this jungle, as it is with you, you see where the spring of the June. That's wonderful. In the jungle, well, it's alright by me. I'm asleep. In the jungle, well, it's alright.
Jethro Tull, Bungle in the Jungle. To clarify, this show is PG-13. To Bungle in the Jungle. I did some research now when the song was playing, and I checked Urban Dictionary, and there is no definition for that one. Jethro Tull, no, yeah, the guy with the flute. Look. No, great. It's funny. I never played Jethro Tull on my show. I'm always afraid because he always does these epic long songs. So, Ragin, thank you for giving me like a short one. That sounds like it was supposed to be a hit. Look, there's a lot of songs about jungle, but that was 4. That was a rock block. 4 songs about jungles, dedicated to Tarzan. And to be honest with you, I'm going to move away. Look, as the Blackie Fitzpatrick show does. I'm going to move away from jungles. Hold on a second. No, it's still in my system. Look, what does Bungle in a Jungle? Bungle in the Jungle. Bungle. Hold on a second. Now I need to think first. Look. It's pollen. I got to think to myself. Self? Nah, there's nothing there. No. I had a concept. Yeah, it just went. No. The funny thing about watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick show, especially when I come on early, because I feel like zero pressure. Normally I go on at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I'm on like mega early. The Walrus isn't here. So I get to be like mega loud, mega annoying. But she says I'm annoying. I think I'm entertaining. Look. When I do the Don Rickles, look, I know how to be nice and look, I can control. I can say words like look, fancy restaurant. Look, I can look. Hillside View. I know how to do like a lot of things. Do I consider myself normal? Yes. Hold on a second. I was talking about jungles. Okay. My sister plays the flute. Jethro Tull. My brother's name is Jim. Jungle Jim. And yeah, people are strange. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
People are strange when you're a stranger. Faces look ugly when you're alone. Romance and wicked when you're unwanted. Streets are on you when you're down. When you're strange, faces come out with a rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange, when you're strange, you're strange. People are strange when you're a stranger. Faces look ugly when you're alone. When you're wicked, when you're unwanted. Streets are uneven when you're down. When you're strange, faces come out of the rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange, when you're strange, when you're strange. Yeah. When you're strange, when you're
Once again, I am normal. That was Jungle Jim Morrison. For anybody who's been watching the show from the top, we get some new people in here. Hey, Karen. And hey, Kim. Look. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Yeah, I know I'm on early. Thanks for stopping by. I think I'm doing a long show, the Walrus thing in the house. And I thought to myself, this is a pretend scratch. I was thinking to myself, what is today's show going to be about? And then I came up with a blank. And I said, just press the live button and see what happens. But I do have recurring stuff on my show. And hold on a second. Strange. This is my new prop. My mother sent this to me. She says, Blakey. No, she calls me Alec. No, she calls me Blackie. She says, Blakey, don't do this all the time. She says, unless you're playing Elton John. He's not strange. He's like me. He's normal. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Boy, he spent money on this. Live from Vienna, Blackie Fitzpatrick. Hope it sounds great in your end.
Blue jean baby, LA lady, seamstress for the man, pretty eyes, fire smile. You married music man, ballerina. You must have seen her dancing in the sand. Now she's with me, always with me. Tiny dancing in my hand. Jesus breathes out in the street, and then tickets are for gone. Turning back, she's just laughs. But her heart is not that bad. Turn on my hand, makes a stand. And they're all told me, looking on. She sings the song, the words she knows, tune she hums. I feel so real, right here, no one knew, only you, and you can hear me, and I say it softly, on the bus I'm trying to dance, now the headlights on the highway. She's so all because I'm trying to dance. Baby, darling, she's so mad.
Let me clear my throat. Elton John, Tiny Dancer. Hey, check this out. That's it. I never saw that video before because he never made a video back in the old days. Whoa, commercial
Erlebe
break.
den neuen Fitnessspaß für zu Hause. Mit Ring Fit Adventure begibst du dich auf ein...
That's okay. It's in German. They're fine. 2017. Looks like Elton John made a brand new video for that track. So if anybody is curious who likes videos, I usually don't, but this is actually a high level. It just came out 2 years ago. It's got 21 million views. And it says Elton John's channel. I mean, excuse me, Sir Elton John. Really cool stuff. The video is completely depressing. Rachel says, Tiny Dancer is my stripper name. Look, my stripper name is Blackie Fitzpatrick. Go figure. Tiny Dancer. Look. But count the headlights on the highway. If you're on the highway, that means you're about to leave the city limits. This is going to by request for your agent, Ike and Tina Turner, Nutbush, City Limits. I hope this song, I don't know which one should I play. This one. I hope it sounds great on your end. Ike and Tina Turner, by request. I never played this song before on my show. Great song. And for anybody who's curious, when I walk out of the room, grab a beer and stuff, I can still hear it loud and clear. And so can my neighbors, and they all love me. At least they haven't called the police yet. Look. Or if they did, I couldn't hear the police knocking the door. And look. Press thumbs up before you leave. Hello to my lurkers. You're watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show, the king of lo-fi. I said it, and then Raging wrote it before I said it. Look. And make me his sandwich. Look. Just grab. Look. Just grab like a packet of crisps. A handful of peanuts. All we need is protein and carbohydrates to get through this show. This show is going to be a long show, so please take medicinal breaks if you need to. Look. Call your family doctor. Do what you got to do, and I'm going to be on anyway. I'm just going to play music, and but that was a great request. I like that stuff. Playing stuff that I never ever heard before. I have my go-tos, and they're really easy. They're so easy.
She's gone, and I have to say. Now she's gone, and I have to say,
Toto, with their famous track, Rosanna. We love Canada. We love everything about Canada. Look, I'm wearing a Rush earring. Thank you, Sigmund Floyd, and for the Rush Zippo. Awesome. Hi, Indiana Joan. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. This, look. This is not even, I haven't even done my startup yet. Look, this is me like, I'm like a warm-up for a Donald Trump. He was in Louisiana the last night. I watched that one. That was pretty cool. And they played like the most awesomest music. Everyone's waiting. When is the show going to start? When is the show going to start? Well, it is now 2243. The show is going to start in about 1 hour and 45 minutes. So right now I'm just playing music. I wish I could get that job. Would that be a great job? Blackie Fitzpatrick. Hey, what do you do? I'm a DJ for all the Trump rallies. Look, the show is not political. I don't even vote. But I would like that job. That'd be really cool. I would take that job in 2 seconds. Okay, 0.2 seconds. Look, it will never get offered to me, but I would take it. And when I'm having dreams tonight, look, and now I'm turning into the show. People can control their dreams. It's very interesting, actually. I should write a book about it. But maybe you have to be over 50 or something. But I have figured out how to control my dreams. I make all of my dreams very, very nice. And there's a trick to it. I'll tell you later in this show. That'll be one of my surprises. I have other surprises lined up. No, I don't have Donald Trump. That'd be cool. I get him on my show. All I can do right now is look. This is the warm up to my real show, which starts at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. No, I got a good show lined up. The Walrus isn't here, so I thought, you know what? I'm going to go on early, and the beer is flowing. Clink! Cheers from Vienna. Anyway, everything is happy Thursday to everybody. Everything is super copacetic. I'm talking perfection. I'm talking, look, sometimes my show gets like mega serious. Right now, this is the warm up. We don't have to get mega serious, but we can listen to serious music. Music that makes us think. Sometimes music makes you think, turn the radio off. But on my show, I tell you, everything is 100% Blackie Fitzpatrick guaranteed. Okay? USDA approved Blackie Fitzpatrick. I gave my shout out to Canada. Now I'm going to give my shout out to England. Look, we love everything about you. Yeah, you're watching live from Vienna. I'm from Boston. And wow, it's been a while since I left Boston, but I'm not holding back the years. I'm simply an optimist. No, simply Red by request. Hope it sounds great in your end. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Look. That was by request. Simply Red. I never played that song before on my show. Great classic track. Wow, I said classic. I remember when the song came out. That's right. I'm over 30. Look. When you watch the Blackie Fitzpatrick show, it's always enveloped in optimism. We're allowed to look at never pessimism. Not on my channel. You want to be pessimistic? Go to CNN. Sometimes even go to Fox. Look, join any of those chats. There's a bunch of people who are totally depressed. Hey, on the Blackie Fitzpatrick show, you're allowed to talk about that stuff. But is there gold at the end of a rainbow? No, because a rainbow is a circle in the sky. It's just the way we view it. It looks like there's an end. Look, I don't believe in luck. Look. Do I believe in fate? Yes. The Blackie Fitzpatrick show is about acceptance. The Blackie Fitzpatrick show is about breathing, a heartbeat. Look, I'm not supposed to get serious yet. Look, beer's talking. Look. Everybody feels empathy. Empathy is a fun, I never used that word before. Empathy is, this is a word that people don't use that much. They use the word pathetic, but they don't use the word empathetic. It's in the dictionary. Look, people don't use the word empathy. And for anybody, and I'm saying this as a Christian, look, I'm not religious. The show is not political. I don't vote. You're allowed to talk about whatever you want to. Please be PG-13 in my chat. My mother might be watching. My daughter might be watching. Show some common decency. But when people have, look, holding back the years, holding back the tears, holding back the anger, holding back the fears. Look, holding back already is suspect. Simply Red. Look, red means danger. It actually does. It means stop. Otherwise, you will die, or a policeman will give you a ticket. Red has a great connotation in nature. And yeah, we're human beings, so we're part of nature and blah, blah, blah. Look. Life can be complicated. And a lot of people have written songs about this. Yeah, I'm setting up a new song. A lot of people have talked about this. The complications of life. I'll go back to the dreams. When we're dreaming, John Lennon, from the Beatles, the Beatless, John Lennon used to talk about how can anybody prove that the dreams are not real, but when we're awake is real? Think about it. What do they say? We're asleep for a third of our life. Maybe that's the good part. And for people who take drugs, they're asleep like all the time. But for us, well, okay, look. Alcohol is a drug. I'm smoking cigarettes. So yeah, I'm on drugs. My girlfriend likes Coca-Cola and Red Bull. My dad used to like coffee. He switched to Sanka. In England, everybody drank tea, caffeine. That's a drug. Some people say TV's a drug, YouTube's a drug, everything is a drug. And there's the confusion, maybe, comes from missing out on one important fact, which everybody knows, but it's worth reminding. I can say this with 100% accuracy. You're watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show, and I know that I love you. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. And a commercial break. Is it in German? What are they selling? Oh, chocolate. Oh, you eat chocolate.
just like fiction. Oh, this is person. Where can go clouded on? And she's standing up for me. She will never understand. But together we go. She's never giving up high. And I'm grateful for the wrong gesture. It's time to say she's not the only one living. There's something wrong. The love is in the distance as she rides the tempo of mine. It's faded out to be something that's time to say
Rancid with their song called Ruby Soho. Correct. Look like Ray J. I never played that song. Great song though. 10 million views. That's a smash hit. Look like you're watching the King of Lo-Fi. And yeah, nothing like a little bit of punk rock to get the blood pressure going and all that stuff. And hey, Meredith. And in Rachel's case, it might actually help your tiny dancer. So dance at home. Look. I don't want to talk about Jethro Tull and taking acid anymore. But the first time I heard this song, I was on acid. That was a long time She said, "What you probably gonna say? I'm not hungry. What you probably gonna think because I love me." She was like, "No, I can't lie." She just wanted to put on my mind, and I just put it right back to the rest. That's the way it goes. And you see me, she's got
I'm down fair, but I have to feel right back with the rest. That's the way it goes. Again, you send me
PM Dawn with their track called "Set Adrift" on Memory Bliss. I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes. I remember hearing that song in 1991. I think I wrote that in 1990. Incorrect. So I'm going to retract that one. It came out in 1991. And I was at the Reading Music Festival just outside of London. And I was backstage with Nirvana, totally peaking. They were the warm-up group. I thought they sucked. This was before Dave Grohl. There's a long story behind that trip. It was a long trip, actually, 12 hours. A lot of stuff happened. But, hey, look, Journey. I saw them play in Bournemouth, England, with one of their new singers. They're always changing singers and stuff. I wish – hold on a second. The only time I ever saw Journey was Steve Perry, which is half the reason why Nirvana and myself got into the music business. What was that, the Blue Jean Network and all that stuff? I saw that show on television, on antenna television, back in the 80s, and I saw them do a concert, and I thought to myself, I don't know how old I was, 12, and I was like, so that would have been 1980, 81. When did Blue Jean Network start? Or it was the other thing, the other guy's name, but it was one of these, Rick Kershaw, whatever, one of these Friday night weird, cool things, and it was a full live concert. I think it was an hour, maybe it was an hour and a half, and I was mesmerized. My parents just got a big screen TV, which nowadays is called small, but it was color. Hey, Deadhead. I watched the Back to Spanish show. I was all my lurkers, but Journey, super awesome, very, very important group for me. But I have my go-tos. My show hasn't even really started. This is this is the warm-up. The walrus isn't here. I'm just going to play music, play your requests. Tell me what you want to hear. I'll try to be intelligent later. I have a small amount. I got a handful. You guys are great. Including my lurkers, I have 1 million. Look. Don't get me wrong. I love the Pretenders. I know it's a go-to. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
Wherever you are.
Raging Cajun and I agree. The very, very attractive Chrissy Hine. Look. I was looking in the mirror today and I thought to myself, do I have a touch of gray? And I thought to myself, yeah, it's okay. I'm over 30. You watching the King of Lo-Fi. What? Hold on a second. Look. What happened here? Skip bad. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
Yeah.
Touch of Grey. That's my second favorite song from the Grateful Dead. That was by request for Raging. Look, let me clear my throat. I can talk about that song for a little bit. Look. The lyrics are brilliant. Forget about the name, The Grateful Dead. Think about it, though. I just said forget about it, then I said think about it. See, that's a conundrum. No, I don't even... Look, I didn't go to Harvard. I don't even know what the word conundrum means. I think I know what it means, but it sounds like pendulum. Swinging back and forth. So, dead, life, afterlife, hocus pocus, guesswork. Cheers from Vienna. The fun thing about, well, yours truly, and all the music that I'm playing, the fun thing about being a songwriter, look, especially what I'm talking about right now is a lyricist. Don't get me wrong, every job is important. Bass player, drummer, everything is important. The guitar player, the keyboard player. Look, even the guy who plays the tambourine or the cowbell. Every job is, look, or when you watch like these big orchestras, and there's one guy, and he sits there for like, I don't know, 3 hours, and his one job is to play a triangle. Only once. Look, I've seen this before. I think that guy was great. Not just a touch of great. I think he was full great. Look. He was paid well. Look, hold on a second. I got okay. I get people talking to me on the horn. And look. What I'm trying to do is figure out whatever happens to me. I'm going to the lyric from Jerry Garcia. I think Jerry wrote that lyric. I think he did. Or was it Ben and Jerry's? Somebody wrote that lyric. This is not a political show. Don't take that the wrong way. I like Ben and Jerry's. Good ice cream. Actually, I think it's the best. I like it better than Haagen-Dazs. Look, I went to high school in Wilbraham. It's the home of Friendly's ice cream. If you haven't tried Friendly's ice cream, it's pretty close to Ben and Jerry's and better than Haagen-Dazs. But it's hard to find Friendly's ice cream. But it's really, really good stuff. I think in Massachusetts we have good cows, but the cows in Vermont are better. And Haagen-Dazs, nobody even knows where that was made. Sounds like it's from Europe. Incorrect. People get to make decisions. So it's like, I will survive. That sounds like Gloria Gaynor. Look, you're not allowed to copyright that. I will survive or will get by. Because the option is, well, that's the title of their group. Then I will be a Grateful Dead person. The Grateful Dead sounds like a zombie movie. Thank you for bringing us back to life. It's fine. That was their first video that they ever made, and then they all died, or at least Jerry Garcia. Look, they made ice cream about it. That's look. No, the Grateful Dead. That's my second favorite song from them. The first favorite song from the Grateful Dead, I don't remember. They had a disco phase. It was like I'll take an educated guess, late 70s, and they had this disco. It's something about Street. For anybody who's a real Grateful Dead fan, and they had this disco song. As a drummer, as a young drummer, I really, really loved that song. And when I heard this one, it reminded me of Almost As Good as the Traveling Wilburys. And I was like, oh, that's the Grateful Dead. And then I heard all their earlier stuff, and I was like, oh, what's that guy's name? I was like, okay, stoner rock, and I get it. But when I was a teenager, I wasn't a stoner. I had to learn. I had to go to Jamaica to learn how to be a pothead. Look, I'm over it now. Although I do like a spliff here and there. Actually, I usually say yes every time someone offers it to me. I like to say no to Coke. And now I say no to acid. That was for you, Reggie. But look. That was in my roaring 20s. But nowadays, I'm thinking, not Mormon, not, Scientology. I'm thinking more, maybe more Puritan, Pennsylvania. I'm thinking more like, no, Amish. I'm thinking like shoe fly pie. I'm thinking like back to basics. And I'm allowed to say, look, I like to look. If anybody watched my show when I wasn't PG-13, I used to like to push the envelope. And some people liked it, some people didn't. And now my show is PG-13, but you're still allowed to talk about the same subject matter. And sometimes you're allowed to say, I can't go for that. No can do. After commercial breaks. Hey, it's cat food. Buy cat food. Watching the King of Lo-Fi. I love this song, actually. This song is timeless.
Why does it stop? When do you dare me to draw the line? You got the battle, now you want my soul. Don't even think about it, say no go. Yeah. Well, we really care that you wanted to. Yeah. Almost anything that you want me to. Yeah. I You want me to, yeah, but I can't go for that, no. No, can you? I can't go for that, no. No, can you? I can't go for that, no. No, can you? I can't go for that, can't go for that, can't go for that, can't go for
Hall & Oates. Look. That's one of those songs that I kind of forgot about when I was a kid. Oh, that was well, I don't know if it was a smash hit, but it was definitely top 40. I heard that song on the radio a lot. I can't go for that. No, actually, maybe I think it was top 10. Look. I used to be a disco roller skating dancer when I was 12, 1980. And I was good at it. Why? Because I could skate backwards with the scissor thing or whatever they call that. Look. I'm not showing off. I never turned pro as a skateboarder, as a roller skater, as an ice skater, basketball, baseball, football, soccer. I played a lot of sports, and then I decided I'm just gonna play music. The only sport I do right now is like I pull my jacket up, and I this is kind of like Pilates, or is this yoga? No, it's too erratic for. No, it's right. Pilates is slow. Maybe I should play some new age music. Look, movement is the opposite of non-movement. Whoa, my beer is moving. Clink, cheers from Vienna. Oh, that was a good mustache. Look, Donna Summer is from Boston, and yours truly is from Boston. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. I just live right and work right now in Vienna. Look, is this temporary? Look, I can't see in the future. Do I have intuition? Yes. Do I see visions? Yes. Past is the easy thing to figure out. It's like, oh yeah, well, but look, if you read half of the history books, they are incorrect. It's true. Hello to my lurkers. You guys are great. People come in, they go, what's up with this? Because I put in the hashtag live chat. So like people go, huh? What's up with this thing? You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Let me make myself clear. There is nothing to see here. Move on. Well, now you got me with that song. Rage is like pulling out all the requests. That one I'm going to play next. Look. I want to look. I want to pull back for a second here. Regroup. Press thumbs up before you leave. Show some common decency. I don't have to ask you to like press subscribe or ring the bell because if you actually really like this stuff, you would have known it already. Like that's old school. I turned it into a joke. I don't even say that stuff anymore. I just say press thumbs up before you leave. Like Don Rickles. I try to pretend like I'm a jerk. but I'm actually one of the nice guys. Why? Because I give you quality content in rubbish sound. The content is, well, music. I'm just a dumb DJ. Look, and you get to listen to it in lo-fi. People say, Blakey, you should turn it into hi-fi. Impossible. Why? I don't know. Partially because I don't want to. I kind of like where I'm at right now. Look, sometimes my show has 1 million people. Sometimes it has 0. Actually, no, I think I never had 0. Usually my mom shows up. Hi, Mom. And I know I have all my lurkers show up. Hi, my ex-wives. Look. Let's go back to shoe fly pie. Let's talk about something important. Cheers from Vienna. They wake up the neighbors. I mean, hold on a second. Depending on your time zone. Look, sometimes I get people from Eastern Europe and India watching me. I never had anybody from Singapore, although I know people there. It's very hard to get. No, I think I had a couple of people sometimes from Australia watch me. I never had anybody from Alaska, although I have friends in Alaska. They just don't like me that much. You know, a lot of people, they're like, hey, Blakey, we don't like your Facebook thing. And I'm like, I'm also on YouTube. And they say, point blank, I hate the internet. And I'm like, oh, okay. Let's go back to writing letters. No, they like email, but they don't like this whole live stuff. They think it's weird. Look, I'm doing what I did when I was a kid. All I do is like play requests, and I try to like, you know, entertain a little bit. If I'm lucky, I say something smart. Mostly it's rubbish. But I get to talk about beer, quality cigarettes. People say, Blakey, we hate your show because you're pushing. Look, I'm not pushing. I'm not a pusher. I don't get no cut from this. The only way I can make money is if you buy my book. I've proven that. Nobody's going to buy my book. Joan, here's how I wrote my book. I wrote it down. Createspace.com. It's for free, and you can write a book. That's how I did my book. Look. It's true. Blackie Fitzpatrick. Look. You guys all know this, but this is for my lurkers. This is my book. Okay, it's not that long. How many pages is it? 127. Look, it even has a thing on the back. It says my name. It says when I wrote it. In Florida. Look. It's actually quite entertaining. My mother says I should read it out loud to you guys. Maybe parts of it. But she says, please do it in PG-13. I wrote this in rated X. Hold on. Can you write in rated X? Henry Miller. I wrote it in... Look, I read all of Henry Miller's books. Sorry. I never said Henry Miller's name before, but he's definitely an influence. Look, I read too many books when I was a kid. And I decided when I say kid, I mean teenager. And I read all these books, you know, the trilogy and blah, blah, blah. Look. And Henry Miller was writing like, what does he write, in the 20s or the 30s? He wrote like 1 million years ago, and they said, oh, he's taboo. And now I'm still like taboo. I think my mother's still living in the 30s. And my mother was born in 1938. Hi, Mom. And look. Hold on a second. I'm trying to read the chat here, but sometimes, look, I get off of everything. Ring my bell. I don't know. Google it and figure it out. Hold on a second. I think I had a song lined up. No, I don't. Okay, you guys take over. I don't care. I'm trying to get my drink on. My real show starts in 55 minutes. I'm going to play the Doobie Brothers and do my real startup about what I did over the week. Right now, I'm just like winging it. Meredith says Black is going off script. Meredith, there is no script. That's the brilliant part of my show. This is the warm-up. It's supposed to get like crazy glue. Now, my script is look, I do have a script. I'm on script. My script is, look, Meredith. My script is, Blackie, be yourself. Okay. Cheers from Vienna. Oh, thank you. This is a pretend script. I think I know what you mean by going off script. Or reading too much into the script. I didn't think about that part. Look. My job tonight is to listen to great music, hang out with cool people. Listen, for me, new music. I want to hear what you guys want to hear. So tell me what you want to hear. And if I miss it, now I remember Enigma. Okay, I'm off script. You were right, Meredith. Raging, I've been playing, look, Raging, not going to be insulted. I already played like, I think 4 or 5 songs from him. But this song I actually really, really like. And I think I said something about like, esoteric music and all that stuff. But this song is great. And we've been listening to him. And it's rather unique tonight. A lot of different music. I hope it sounds great in your end. I don't know. It could sound like rubbish. But there's a quality to rubbish as well. Usually it has a stench. But it doesn't matter because, actually, your lyric choice is really good, Raging. Because I was talking about, I will survive as long as I'm alive and I'm breathing and having a heartbeat. But as we slowly go backwards with our lives, my dad has Alzheimer's, and he's still kicking. And he is the epitome of this song, Return to Innocence from Enigma by request. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Hope it sounds great on your end. I love this track. Return to Innocence. Enigma. That was my request. Oh, we got a commercial. Oh, it's only for Netflix. Look. Don't get me wrong. I like Netflix in small doses. It is now 2343. Look. Stop getting new age music wrong. I am the king of lo-fi, and I'm the king of... Look, I love all styles of music, and hey, FLS. Look. I'm getting mixed signals. You guys are getting. Stop getting it wrong. This song is by request. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
Let me say that you're not perfect. Let me reach and maybe get you the shores of the morning. Let me say shut on your shoulder. Let me reach and maybe get you
Hardcore break. Whoa, you're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Yes, that was Enya. That means I pressed the wrong button. My bad. Tick, just from Vienna. Sail away, Enya. Sail away, Christopher Cross.
But it's not going down to paradise. This is not home. The wind is right, you can sail away. Find stability. Oh, can stand this miracle. Just you wait and see. Believe me. It's not hard to see, there's never been reason to pretend. The wind is right, you can find the joy. The innocence again. Oh, again, it's beautiful. Just to make it sing. Believe me. Sailing, takes me away where I go away. Fantasy, it's the best of me when I'm sailing. All caught up in the memory. Every word is a symphony. Don't you believe me? Sailing takes me away where I go away. It's not about bad example. It's not. Wind is right, you said it well. Find serenity. Oh, yeah, it's getting difficult. Just to wait and see. Sailing, take me away where I'm going.
You're watching the King of Lo-Fi, Christopher Cross. Look, we have a lively chat here going right now. Yeah, press thumbs up before you leave. I think I saw Kiwi Lover. If I miss your name, it doesn't really matter. If I say your name twice, Meredith, Joan, look, Carol, look. Look. Sorry, Kiwi's not here. I saw you, Carol. Carol says, "Hi, y'all. You're from California." They don't say California. California doesn't say y'all, do they? Oh, that's right. You live in Texas now. Hi, y'all. Just here for a little bit to go. Actually, Joan, I think you're right. Ben might come back with a southern twang, hanging out in Nashville. Oh, yes. That might actually help them. Look. Say my name. Say my name. Say my name. Say my name. My name. Look. We've been talking about. Look, I've been reading. Press thumbs up before you leave. Hello to my lurkers. Hi, ex-wives. But I'll be honest with you. I'm over 30. Okay, hold on a second. When I was 30, yeah. When I was, how old was I? When I was 23, Nirvana came out. That was pretty mind-blowing. I'm showing my age. When I was 23, Nirvana came out. When I was 22, I was backstage taking acid with them. That's when they sucked, but then they got good. That's a joke for Raging. Raging says, I don't want to see Ben Southern twang. Good joke. Look, and you guys are doing a great job, especially Meredith. You guys know how to do the borderline about PG-13. You guys have been super, super awesome, and I appreciate it. My mother might be watching. My daughter might be watching. Look, this is like, Walt Disney stuff from the old days. This is like watching Jaws in the 70s, which I think was rated G or maybe PG. But Jaws should have been rated R. If not borderline, rated X. Look, people like to put on, people put on stuff and they go, whoa, look, George Carlin. Look. How to push the envelope. And it's funny, you're allowed to say certain words, and I try to stay away from the George Carlin words, which you're allowed to say. And you guys are doing a good job of sounding like you're from the 50s, but still sounding pretty darn cool. And Meredith, yeah, I would like to talk to you in a private chat later. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's a funny. Look, that stuff is funny stuff, and it goes. Look. Hold on a second. I have a song lined up, and then I'll figure out what another song. My real show starts at 12:30 Eastern. No. I mean, look. Yeah, I know you've been in Texas for 10 years. Big deal. I've been in Austria for 15 years, but I don't talk like I'm from Austria. Dankeschön, bitte sehr. Okay, I do. Gesundheit. Let me show off my German. No, I think that's about it. Gesundheit. I like to say ciao for now. Ciao, oh, no, that's Italian. Man, I don't even know what. Look. Everything is an option. I learned that from my third wife. She said, Blakey. No, she called me dude man. That's true. She said, Blakey. Every man is an option. The Raging learned Scheisse. He said, that's all I got. Hey, look, if you want to swear, do it in a foreign language, right? You can Google it. I'll swear in Greek right now. Skata. I'll swear in Croatian right now. Pushikurac. See, all that stuff is okay. Look. Strafuj. No, that means hello in Russian. I'm getting everything backwards. I only know a couple of keywords. I saw this movie like a million years ago. If you can say hello in 20 different languages, does that mean you're smart? No, that means you just memorize how to say hello in 20 different languages. And I'll be honest with you, I started with Boston. Then I learned how to say hello in Western Massachusetts. Then I learned how to say hello in Nyack. And then I learned how to say, does that count as languages? What's the difference between Italy and Austria? We're right next to each other. I'm going to say this again. Pushikurac. Practice this at home. This is Yugoslavian. And if you're intelligent enough to get the phonetics, you can figure out what it means. I'm not going to say it on my show. It's rude, but you're allowed to say it on my show. Pushikurac. No, look. You guys are great. Even though, we were talking about how, and I know I'm starting to sound like an old geezer. Geezer just means dude. Actually, a lot of people don't know this, but anybody who's watching from England, geezer doesn't mean old man. That's why in America we use the word old geezer. But geezer means friend. And when you say old geezer, that means old friend. But the word geezer means friend. And for me, I'm always, and I try my best to play new music that I actually really like, which catches my attention. And I play it on my show in lo-fi. But you're right. This song is 10 years old, 125 million views. I actually like this song.
Jetzt verstehe ich, warum du heute
In the
hier bist.
commercial. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. I hope it sounds good on your end. This song is great.
I'm not surprised, not everything lasts. I've broken my heart so many times I stopped keeping track. Talk myself in, I talk myself out. I get all worked up, then I let myself down. I tried so very hard not to lose. I came up with a million excuses. I thought of every possibility. And I love someday all time. Can make me work so you don't have to work it out. And I promise you that I feel so much more than I can do. I just haven't met you yet. I might have to wait, I'll never give up. I guess it's not fair, and the other half's luck. Wherever you are, wherever it's right, you come on nowhere and push me right. I know that we can be so amazing. Completely young, there's no changing. And I can't see every possibility. So I know you make me work so you don't need to work it out. And I promise you can. I get so much more than I can. I just haven't met you yet. They say it's bad, and you know, but I don't need to fight it. So amazing, and being your that's gotta change me. And now I can see every single possibility. And someday I know it'll all turn out, and I'll work to work it out. Promise you, kid, I'll get more than I get, than I get, than I get, than I get. Oh, you love me, and you make me work so you want to work it out. So much more than I get. I just haven't met you yet. I just haven't met you yet. Oh, I promise you can. They give so much more than I get. I just haven't met you yet. I just haven't met you yet.
Michael Bublé, The Bell. Great track. I don't speak French, so I'm not going to tell you what it's called, but I know it's a hit. We're talking 70s. But that's the theme that we're on right now. Hey, my real show is going to start in 25 minutes, and then I'm going to pretend like I'm smart. Thank you guys for the warm-up party. Let your neighbors know that I'm going to do a real show. The Walrus isn't here yet, but when she comes home, I asked her today as a precursor. Press thumbs up before you leave. And hello, lurkers. I know I get like 1 million people watching. It doesn't really matter anyway. Look, I'm not here for a monetary reason. I'm here for myself. I'm here. I'm glad if you guys get pleasure from hearing your request. That's the way I was brought up. I was a DJ when I was 14 years old. I didn't ask for that job. My sister gave it to me. Well, she asked me if I wanted to do it. And I'm like, well, what do I have to do? And she was like, just play Rush and Led Zeppelin and AC/DC. You'll be a hit. And so I got a Wednesday night show once a week, 3-hour show. The Walrus says, why do you do your shows for so long? I'm like, if 3-hour show is like nothing. The adrenaline is like, look, music. Anyway, I digress. I'm trying to stay on focus here. We're talking about it's hard to hear new songs that are brilliant. And I'll be honest with you. Correct. And I'm always looking for it. And I always have to go backwards. I mean, look, I'm like a Mozart expert now. Not just because I live in Vienna. I actually like Mozart's music. And that's kind of where everything, look, I can play the Beatles all day and stuff, but that's still old. But new music, and the Michael Bublé before, that's kind of Beatle-esque. So it's not really completely original. And what really pumps my nads is this, and look, I'm a singer-songwriter, emphasis on the songwriter. What I'm always looking for is like, how do you push notes around? And can I hear something unique? And something that I haven't heard before. This is a pretend scratch. Usually the stuff that I hear is like, whatever. Don't get me wrong. I like Soft Cell. That's still a long, long time ago. But they were also pushing, look. I like Gary Newman a lot. But that's like a long, long time ago. If I scratch my head like Bill Gates, look, the show's not political. Yes, I watched the news. I'm like Frank Zappa. Well, in the old days, it was C-SPAN. I like Fox 10 Phoenix. They don't really say anything. They just show me what people are talking. Most of it is rubbish. I can't get C-SPAN over here. But when I listen to politicians talk, I think to myself, that's why I don't vote. Clink, cheers for me. Look, I love music. Okay? Clink to music, not the dumb politicians. I don't vote. Period. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying not to get political. I'm very happy in my situation right now, but I'm not here to promote anything except for music and beer and home rolled cigarettes. And if you need THC or CBD, look, I think it's good. Don't take the hard stuff. Don't take pills. If you can get off the pills, go on to weed. It's better. Clink, cheers from Vienna, or beer or wine or whatever. Clink, cheers from Vienna. My Chemical Romance. Hold on a second. What's up with that group? I like that group, actually. My Chemical Romance. Maybe I should play a song from them. I actually like that group. That was a group that actually caught my attention. Maybe I'll play that one. I got another song lined up. But even My Chemical Romance is like super old. And to try to find new music, I like My Chemical Romance. That 3 Days Grace, that caught my attention. But this is all old stuff. The only thing that caught my attention, I'm being honest right now, as a songwriter, and I was like, whoa, that's really, really good. Okay, good. Joan says the buffering stopped. Good. Press refresh. On my end, everything says copacetic. I don't even know what that word means. I think it means, look, green light. And yes, we never went to the moon. No, I'm not JB Show. I'm going to give a shout out to JB. I love it when JB says my name. I watched JB's show today, what he did yesterday. And JB's show is rather unique. And without JB, JB Ranch is what his name is now, I would not be here. And I think everybody knows who JB is. And so I'm going to give a shout out to Boston. And thank you, JB. And thank you, Gramps and Juju and all the people that I think that I have in my chat right now. I got more than a handful. Press thumbs up before you leave. Show some common decency. We all do the same thing, right? We're just doing our own show. This is another percent scratch. Actually, this one's really itchy. Look. Look. I'm not trying to. How much time do I have? Okay, I'm gonna. Ooh, Joan says Kings of Leon. Actually, that's perfect because they were recorded in Nashville. Look. I get like too many songs lined up here. Actually, I think I might go to Kings of Leon right now. That's relatively new, but that's actually. Hold on a second. You're right. Hold on. Let's find out. Because a friend of mine. No, it was before my daughter was born, so this is also relatively new. And a buddy of mine, actually my bartender, then he turned out to be my guitar player. It was just 10 years ago. Okay, you're up next. I'm going for this one. This is 6 years ago. This is the newest song, and Isabella turned me on to this song. She said, Blakey. I know I play this song a lot on my show, but I'll be honest with you. I like when notes, and call me square, I don't care. Hey, that rhymed. I am a critic. I know what I like. I love the Smiths. I love the Cure. I love Led Zeppelin. I love Rush. I love good music. Am I a judge? You can be the judge of that. I love good music. Period. I love notes moving around. I love classical.
Buy it, use it, break it, fix it, trash it, change it, mail, upgrade it, charge it, point it, zoom it, press it, snap it, work it, quick erase it, write it, cut it, paste it, save it, load it, check it, quick rewrite it, plug it, play it, burn it, rip it, drag and drop it, zip, unzip it.
One more time.
The legend of the phoenix. Yeah. All kings are big humans. Keeps spending his feeling. That's what I think we come too far together. Though we are. So let's raise the bar and come in the sky. Say, we're up late to the sun. We're up late to get sun. We're up late to get fun. We're up late to get lucky. We're up late to the sun. We're up late to get sun. We're up late to get fun. We're up late to get lucky. We're up late to get lucky. We're up late to get up late to get lucky. Last night, I was dreaming about you in the street, dancing right beside you. There's nothing wrong with just a little bit of time.
We were dancing all night long. Oh!
I don't know what to do. I was dreaming at you. I hope this dream comes true.
One more time. One more time.
That's what makes us stronger. Never I work it. Keep it better. We should be stronger. Work it. Work it. Got to make it better. We got to make us stronger. Work it and make it better. That's what makes us stronger. Feeling so free. Celebrate and dance for free.
One more time.
Music's got me feeling so free. We're gonna celebrate and dance for free. We're up all night to the sun. We're up all night to get some. We're up all night to get fun. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to the sun. We're up all night to get some. We're up all night to get fun. We're up for one.
All right, I got to thank the Walrus. I never heard that song. And the Walrus, she said, Blakey, Blakey. Look, I've been with the Walrus for almost 5 years now. And this song is what? It's been around since 2013. And she was like, Blakey, Blakey, I like this. She says, I know you like music. Have you ever heard Daft Punk melody from Pentatonix? I said, I know who Daft Punk is, and they're pretty cool. But I never heard the medley. Excuse me, I said melody. It's like 5 different melodies put into one song, and the group is called Pentatonix. Hey, that's 5. And I thought to myself, no, I never heard it. And she played it to me, and I was like, can we play it on a different computer? I want to hear it on the subwoofer. But yeah, I'm the king of lo-fi, so I hope it sounds good in the end. But that's Pentatonix with their Daft Punk medley. That's actually the latest song that I've heard. What did I say, 7 years ago? This is 10 years ago, before my daughter was born. And which song should I play? Doesn't really matter. It's all cool. King, this is for Joan. Also another great group. When I heard this, I thought to myself, this is super great new music. And now it's 10 years old. Oh, no. I heard this song when I was 41. Go figure. Look. And Joan and I are dedicating this song to Mr. Ben Arswin. I actually like this group a lot. Recorded in Nashville, Tennessee. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Hope it sounds great on your end. Hey, my show's about to start. Oh, it was great. Look. The first time a buddy, okay, it was a bartender, and he said, Blakey, you got to check out Kings of Leon. I said, never heard of them. And but that's like how many years ago? 10 years ago. Look, and but 334 million views. They're big for a rock group. That's mega big. And FLS, thank you so much. I'm going to leave you with a track. Here's one that came out 9 years ago, and I love this song too. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
Rihanna, good girl going bad. Take 3, action. No clouds in my stones. Let it rain. I hide the rain. The rain coming down in the Dow Jones. When the clouds come, we gone. We Rockefeller. We fly high and weather. And these vibes are better. You know, man. In anticipation for precipitation, stack chips with a rainy day. Change, rain in it back. With little Miss Sunshine, Rihanna, where you at?
And that's shine together. Told you I'll be here forever. That I'll always be your friend. So when love comes to get out to the end. And it's raining more than ever. Don't it feel to have each other? You can stand under my umbrella. You can stand under my umbrella. Shine together. Told you I'll be here forever. That I'll always be your friend. So when love comes to get out to the end. And that's raining more than ever. Don't think we'll still have each other. You can stand under my umbrella. You can stand under my umbrella. It's okay, don't be alarmed. Come into me. Between us. So wanna let the rain fall. I'll be all you need. Sunshine, we shine together. Told you I'll be here forever. Said I'll always be your friend. But no comes to get out to the end. And that's raining more than ever. Don't it feel to have each other? You can stand under my umbrella. You can stand under my umbrella.
Rihanna, Umbrella, produced by Jay-Z. I tell you, I was living in London, and they had, I'm talking mega. When I say mega, I'm talking about, I don't want to exaggerate, I'm talking about 4 stories high posters all around London. And it was a picture of Rihanna. That was her first single, Umbrella. Talk about the big push. And look. You're watching the Black Fitzpatrick show called "Pulling My Hair Out." Not. Hold on a second. I have to do a reboot. Look. I have to press the right words. Look. For everybody who watched my warm-up show, I think that's great. And I got a bunch of. I'm going to play your requests. They're all lined up. Stay with the chat. We'll see if anybody comes up for my normal time. I'm awaiting the walrus, and I'm hoping she wants to have some THC with me. She said, Blakey. I'll be honest with you. I'm going to share a secret. She wants me to play this stuff. So get ready for some Austrian music. The guy's an English singer. When she was younger, she was really impressed by this guy. We'll have to find out what happens when she comes home. She told me, I said, babes, girlfriend, walrus, face. When are you coming home? And she said, I don't know. But I told her, I said I might come on early. So that was my warm-up show. And I'm going to do a closeout monologue thing. Clank! Cheers from me. And in about 2.5 minutes, I'm going to play the Doobie Brothers. And see if, look, I'm going to try to turn it into a real show. Okay, 2 minutes right now. Clank! Cheers from Vienna. No, thanks again to everybody for being part of my warm-up show. It's really a lot of fun. And all I really want to do is play music. And don't get me wrong, I can play music all day. But I'd love to, like, I don't want to be like a terrible DJ. I want to be a good DJ. And a good DJ plays other people's songs. And then if nobody says anything, then I put in one of my own. And we heard a bunch of new music tonight. I never played Jethro Tull before. Grateful Dead. Well, what a bunch of great music. And look, if I forgot the new song, I played a bunch of new music tonight. I love that. It makes me feel like, look, if you can listen to my music in lo-fi, that's great. But now I'm going to turn into the serious show. I do have a surprise lined up. I'm hoping to talk to Nashville. We'll find out how that. And Joan knows what I'm talking about. So I'm hoping to talk to Nashville, get Nashville on the horn. Who knows? I might get JB on the horn, and we'll turn it into the Real Blackie Fitzpatrick show. I'll do a 1 hour show until that's the Walrus says, "Hey, let's party all night." It depends on what mood she's in. You never know what mood a Walrus is going to be in. Okay. Now I'm going to show you guys what a real show is. Okay. 20 seconds. I'm going to take a pause here. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi live from Vienna. Oh, after the commercial break. I love it when this happens. YouTube, I love you more and more every day.
She must have a smile for his nostalgia. Never coming near what you wanted to say. Only to realize it never really was. She as she rises to her apology, everybody else will surely know. What you want to
Oh, yeah. Okay. Look. Look. Optimism. Look. Trying to decipher. Look. What's the other? They have all these other, like. By the way, I should call my startup. They have all these like ancient. Forget about the new age. Look. The Blackie Fitzpatrick show is about acceptance. Look, I'm like Casey Kasem. I got my feet on the ground reaching for the stars. That means I didn't plagiarize because I said his name. Look, I'm showing my age. I'm over 30. Today's show is called Pulling My Hair Not. Okay, before the show, I did pull my hair, but not in frustration. I was just brushing my hair with my hands. What did I say? You're supposed to like pull out like 100 hairs a day? Or is it 1,000? Look, I'm not a genius. I don't have a photographic memory. Unless it's something that's important to me. Hold on a second. How does that work? How come I get photographic? All of a sudden, I'm photographic because like I find it important to me. Oh, the show is sorry. This is called my startup. For anybody who's just joining, you're watching the King of Lo-Fi. You know it's Thursday night, or well, it's Friday morning. It's now 0034. You're watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show. The show is sponsored by Sigmund Floyd, my mother, and the Walrus, and all of you guys. I'm not looking at the chat right now. I'm looking at a picture of the Doobie Brothers. Okay, cheers from Vienna. That's good. This is a pretend scratch. Look, so is this one. I got a bunch of them. This one. This is just me trying to look cool. That's not pretend. I'm trying to look cool. When people think about, look, okay, take this moment. For real. Substance. Give me a break. Yes, I am normal. And so are you. Look, even if you're a freakazoid, you're still normal. If God makes you, look, this is not a religious channel. I'm a Christian. If God decided your fate was to be a freakazoid, accept it. I'm the king of acceptance. I met a lot of freakazoids. Hello, my ex-wives. Look. That was rude. But correct. Why do I like weird music? Weird is a judgment. People say, Blakey. You also play like Def Leppard and all these big hits and all these great music in lo-fi. That's my joke. Look, I am the king of lo-fi, the king of acceptance. Live from Vienna, you're watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show from the 10th District from the Blackie Fitzpatrick. Of Vienna. Look, everybody knows the drill, unless you're new. Hello to my lurkers. You guys are great. Here's your chance to join the chat. Don't be afraid of the blue wrenches. People are coming in, they go, hold on a second. Blackie's been going on for a long, long time. Look, that was called a warm-up party with my peeps. I didn't meet anybody new. I met a bunch of cool people. And lurkers who, look, I know your aura. Don't get me wrong. I know who you are. Look. Clink. Cheers from Vienna. No, this is called my start. What did I do today? The usual stuff. Look, everybody has to be a little bit normal. I vacuumed. I mopped the floors with bleach. What else did I do? I acquired beverages. Very important. The walrus gets, look, like me, if I don't have, look, we need beverages. My job was to acquire beverages. In her case, it's Coca-Cola and Red Bull. In my case, it's simple, beer. When I think about something that, like, I forgot what I was thinking about. No, look. I mean, look, is it divulge or divulge? Look, it's not an English channel. When I think about Paul, the mystics, when I think about, hold on a second, Crazy Glue. Crazy Glue is a good one. When I think about, no, let's go back to Crazy Glue. When I think about, look, Crazy Glue. No, that means I'm getting stuck. But Crazy Glue is important. Does it work? Think about it. Every time that, look. If you have, look, I'm being serious here right now. Every time that you buy Crazy Glue, does it work? And for how long? About as long as my ex-wife's. Oh no, I have to use, okay, this is a good moment. There's a reality check. You're watching the Black Perspective. By the way, anybody who's just joining, they're going, what in the heck fire is this thing? It's nothing. But I have, looks like I've ran out of lighter fluid. Hey, but I'm a professional DJ. Or what do they call me? YouTuber? No, my mom likes to call me a podcaster. I don't like the word podcaster. All I do is press the button. And it says go live. And I get to be myself. The fun part about being oneself with interaction with other people, that's where it gets weird. Once again, I'm not reading the chat, so chat amongst yourself. I'm going to go until 5 more minutes, and then I'm going to play some song. I'll play whatever, and I don't even know what I'm going to play, but I'll come up with something cool, I think. And then I'll turn the chat on, and we'll see who's here. Okay, I have to do a couple of things here before. No. Let's say it was focused. Oh no, this is my startup. What did I do? I haven't done a real proper show since Saturday night. So that means Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Wow, 4 days without Blackie Fitzpatrick. Oh no! What happened? Nothing. What happened? No, nothing. What did I do? Well, the usual stuff. No, I tell you, I've been having a lot of fun with I'm going to push this website, Flight Aware. If you're ever watching somebody doing, flight, it doesn't matter if it's national or international. FlightAware.com is pretty cool. It's the best one. I got a chance to watch my daughter fly back from Michigan. She landed on Sunday. That was great. I got the chance to watch Mr. Ben Arsman fly to Nashville last night. That was pretty cool. Maybe I should play some Ben Arsman next. I'm hoping to get him on my show tonight. We'll see. I don't know. No surprises, but we are in contact. And sorry, that was a joke that will go over everybody's head. Look, I got 3 more minutes to make this joke last. This show is not political. I don't vote. This show is not religious. I'm a Christian. Please be PG-13. Look, but I can't control you, so I don't care. Do whatever you want. I'm just making a request. And if you want to, you can make a request and say, Blakey, tell us a song. Not right now, because I'm not reading the chat. I'm looking at a bunch of depressed people. Hold on a second. One guy is happy. The guy in the back, I think he's the guitar player. He's happy. Why is everybody else depressed? I don't know. The stock market just hit a new high. Oh, that's right. This is from 1979. I'm looking at a picture that's old. I'm starting to feel young. I mean, old. I mean, look, I was born in 1968. And I'm okay with it. Okay, cheers from Vienna. No, I had a lot of stuff on my mind over the last few days, but none of it is relevant. I thought about this, that, and the other thing, and then I realized I'm nothing. But look, a lot of people say, Blakey, I thought you were an optimist. Look, if I realize I'm nothing, a void, a blank piece of paper, that means I could be like Mr. Rogers and pick up a crayon and draw a picture of a house and a tree and some clouds and some grass in front of the house. So that gives me an opportunity. Being nothing is a blank piece of paper. That's pretty cool, actually. It means start from zero again. I think I know what song I'm going to play. I don't want to give it away. Look, my show is optimistic. I'm allowed to look. No, I meant look, the real definition of the word look when I said that. I'm allowed to look at the shallows. I'm allowed to go to the moors. I'm allowed to, whatever, take a helicopter that gets really close to a volcano, right? I'm allowed to try to pretend that I'm going to go to the North Pole. I'm allowed to, hey, that's Mr. Rogers again, pretend. This is pretend. I'm allowed to pretend. So for a moment, if I think to myself, look, let's practice at home again. How do we smile? Look, we have to force it sometimes. Our brain is stupid. I mean that in a positive way. You take the two fingers from two hands and press up at the corner of your mouth and just, trust me, try not to say, look, I'll show you. Try to hold it back. For anybody who's like mildly depressed, like me always, look, I'm not talking about Robin Williams or Anthony Bourdain. That's like seriously depressed. They're not with us. I'm talking about like anybody who's in the middle. Just try this at home. Trust me, it's healthy. Take the corners. Do it with me. Oh man, it's a joke. Look. I got two songs lined up here. It is now 0046 live from Vienna, Austria. But I want to play a song first, and then I'll get into. I got two request lines up. If you guys want to hear anything else, we're awaiting the Walrus here. Who knows what's going to happen? I'm hoping THC, but to be honest with you, I don't care. I get so much beer. I don't need crazy glue. Hold on a second. I know I played this song before. Okay, now I found it. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi live from Vienna, and I'll be honest with you. The sky is the limit. If you're still breathing, you got a heartbeat in your body. I don't care about the if, ands, buts, or whys, and whatever, all the cliches that you can subject to boo-hoo. Don't get me wrong, I'm very sympathetic. But I also like to pretend I'm Boston strong. I said the word pretend because I was born in Framingham. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
Injected with a poison.
Whoa! I hope it sounds great.
I get no
I get knocked down. I get knocked down. I get knocked down. Chumbawamba. I tell you, as a DJ, to say the word Chumbawamba is it's really hilarious. Look. That was my idea. I'm talking about look. I'm talking about rising up. Hey, my numbers are rising up. I got more than a handful of people. If I get to number 10, who wants to hear me sing Sinatra? I need 10 thumbs up. I actually have 9 thumbs up on my thing. Look. I get a bunch of requests coming in. This is Pretend Scratch. I'm thinking about which song I should play right now. But I heard this name today. I don't know why. It was something on the propaganda. This is a request that we got. No Air. Jordin Sparks featuring Chris Brown. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Knock on your neighbor's door. What song do you want to hear?
If I should die before I wake, it's 'cause you took my friends away. 'Cause it was like living in a world with no air. Oh, I'm here alone, didn't want to leave. Hard to move, see, believe there was a way. with no air. It's how I feel whenever you ain't there. It's no air, no air. You're hearing the water so deep. Tell me how you gon' be without me. If you ain't here, I just can't breathe. It's no air, no air, no air, oh, no air, oh, no air, oh, no air. I walk away and jump back right off the ground, flow to you. You know, gravity could hold me down with you. Somehow I still alive inside. Took my breath, but I survived. I don't know how, but I don't even care. So do you expect me? In the moment, just me. 'Cause my world revolves around it. It's so hard for me to breathe. Tell me how I'm supposed to live I feel whenever you ain't there. So bad, no bad. So deep. Tell me I ain't gon' be without me. Here, I just can't breathe. So bad, no bad. So deep, tell me how you gon' be without me. If you ain't here, I just can't breathe. There's no air, no air, no air, no air.
Look. I'll be honest with you. I never heard that song before in my life. What is it called? Jordan Sparks, featuring Chris Brown. And look. People in my chat, they're saying, Blakey, what's up with the yard sale thing? Well, hey, today was day 2 and the final day. Look, I watched it. Look, I feel like Frank Zappa. I have the luxury as a singer-songwriter. I'm glad the Walrus isn't here. I get to be myself. Hi, Mom, if you're listening. This is what I do for a living. Otherwise, I would be dead. Look, Chris Brown looks like he's some like, I don't know who he is. He did that song. How many views does that song have? Let's Google it. 52 million? Okay, it's not that big. And I don't know, he's been famous for doing something. And look. And he had this yard sale yesterday and today, and it made it to Fox News. So it made it to my propaganda. I mean, I watch BBC and I watch Austrian and I watch NBC. Look, I'm like Noam Chomsky. I like to look at everybody and find out what are they saying. The funny thing is that they're always saying something different. Go figure. That's where I get to be. That's thinking. How come everybody says something different? Look, JB, I'm not doing a conspiracy theory show. It's called a reality show. And it's like if I watch all the different types of whatever propaganda, I like the word propaganda. If I listen to like a bunch of propaganda, I get to make my own decision as an individual. I never heard of the name Chris Brown. Looks like he did a yard sale today and yesterday. Today is the final day, and he's selling off whatever Nike sneakers that he wore on concert. Looks like he was together with Rihanna, and he used to beat the crap out of her. I never heard of the guy till Fox told me today. Fox News. I heard that one. BBC didn't teach me anything. And no, what did BBC teach me? Look. Every country tells you something different. Think about it. There's not like one world answer to like every single question. It's something I read. Don't listen to one propaganda. Listen to all the propagandas, but always realize it's always propaganda. I never heard that song before in my life. I never knew the name Chris Brown. I know Bobby Brown. I'm showing my age. Look. I'm sorry, missing the chat here. No, I think I actually answered the question. Yeah, he's a wife beater. Rihanna. That's what I'm talking about. I didn't know that. I'll be honest with you. I like Rihanna. I played her earlier. I guess that's why the song came up in my request chat. And I'm going to go to you guys with the other requests. But even Joan asked me, who is Riding Spinners? Featuring Lil Flip. I don't know. Looks like it has 320. Yeah, the walrus is in here. I thought it was million. It's only 327,000. Anyway, this is I did a warm-up party for like hours, and I'm trying to. This is my real show here. Then I'm going to go back to what you guys want to hear and all this stuff. So, bear with me. You're watching the Black Respect Show, the king of lo-fi. Hope it sounds great.
For all my players out there riding, spinners. I don't care where you in the club, parking lot, the expressway, whatever. What I want you to do right now is just stop and let them keep spinning, baby. I'm riding spinners, they don't stop. I'm riding spinners, they don't stop. I'm riding spinners, they don't stop. I'm riding spinners, they rolling. I'm riding spinners, they don't stop. I'm riding spinners, they don't stop. I'm riding spinners, they don't stop. I'm riding spinners, I roll the pedal to the metal, then stop. Take another sip from the serve, then stop. Let my seat bang, drop the top, then stop. See what's up, sexy spot that ass, I gotta stop. My rails so shiny, they clear like flat screen. Clouds will get us straight when they see them. It's hard to breathe like they got asthma. Older people tripping cause they think they're seeing things. My car's sitting still, but my rails still rolling, man, they out the drain. Everybody let your spin wheels spin like a spin wheel. UCJ on circle wheels, cruising down the knots wheel. See the thing shining, sparking like a diamond. Bumping the outlining, walking aligning. Eyes like a Chinese, I'm drinking on the high knee. I'm riding on the strip, hitting hard and you can find me. You're rolling with the violence, you know if it's high. You fall to you fall till I play an 890. I'm riding spinners, they don't stop. I'm riding spinners, they don't stop. I'm riding spinners, they don't stop. I'm riding spinners, they rolling. I'm riding spinners, they don't stop. I'm riding spinners, they don't stop. I'm riding spinners, they don't stop. I'm riding spinners,
I got 20-inch spinners on my truck. Nothing but white and yellow rocks in my watch. I'm doing one nigga, so I'm watching for the cops. Since I'm in a Lamborghini, I ain't ghost. I'm packing my dope, believe it or not, I'm ready to bust. I'm down here, we drink first, man, we drink it. So grab a cup, shit, so I can throw it up. And if you represent your hood, go and throw it up. It's the L-I-L, that's L-I-P. If I ain't smoking, I'm smoking free. So go to roll the keys and let me roll. Cause it's the way we ball, I'm just letting you know. But I cars go faster. I'm in the V12 with my cousin Big Shasta. I'm Lil Flipper, and I'm a top 10
10 seller, everybody slowing down. Why I rock with yellow? I'm riding spinners, I'm riding spinners, they don't stop. I'm riding spinners, I'm riding spinners, they don't stop. I'm riding spinners, I'm riding spinners, they don't stop. I'm riding spinners, I'm riding spinners. So my dog with the surf, super solo. They spinning like a song, solo touch it when I saw him shake that brother owe me money, so I see what took the hell up on my car. When you stand by the blaze, you can feel a slight breeze. Step a house of doors just to keep them on flame. Fill up in the Peabody, the most expensive suite. The night still spinning when I get out the receipt. I used to be clean in my expedition. A girl see me and she'll be wishing that I stop and spit some pimpin'. It's not gonna me, baby. I just thought I would mention. She got hot like in the kitchen. You see my kids, folks cars addiction. Ain't nothing like speed where the cars is spinning. You see me, baby, I'm just in it to win it. I'm riding spinners, I'm riding spinners, they don't stop. I'm riding spinners, I'm riding spinners, they don't stop. I'm riding spinners, I'm riding spinners, they don't stop. I'm riding spinners, I'm riding spinners, rolling.
That was a request I got before this. My well, whatever. Look. I had a pre-party show, a pre-show party. Look, the thing that I did before. 3-6 Mafia with their song called "Riding Spinners" featuring Lil Flip. Never heard before in my life. How many views does it have? I don't know. Okay, it's underground. Look. I'll play anything on my show. Look, I'll do anything. Look. I don't care. I really don't give a flying, what's his name? Little Flip? I don't give a big flip. That's even better than Little Flip, right? I don't give a big flip. I'm better than Little Flip. I'm Big Flip. I'll play anything on my show. Just tell me what you want to hear. But I do have a song lined up. Now it's my turn, and then you guys can tell me what you want to hear. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. It's now 0105. Wow, no walrus? That means no weed. Look, I didn't press the panic button. Hey, what was that story I heard the other day? I love fluff stories. About in Amsterdam. I don't know if anybody caught this. Looks like nobody even caught the thing about. Look, yes, I'm like Frank Zappa. I'm not only a weather geek, I'm a political geek, and I like listening to people talk. Why? Because I like to talk. Why do I like to listen to people? Look, I was watching JB's show. Look, I like when people talk. I don't like to say the word shut up. Oh, I'm sorry, that's 2 words. I like, look, freedom. I like, look. I'm not talking, I have no agenda, period. Except for this one. I'm your friend. Clink, cheers from Vienna. The Black and Fitzpatrick Show is about acceptance, not about anger. The Black and Fitzpatrick Show is about nothing. Unless you like listening to music in lo-fi. I'm talking rubbish quality. I'm talking, look. But if you want to hear your own song, try to talk to anybody on FM, Sirius XFM. XF. Look, I don't even know what, look, they change the names all the time. I realize my point in my destiny. Look, I'm over 50. I realize my destiny. I am the king of lo-fi. Live from Vienna, from the Blackie Fitzpatrick Library Studio, situated in the 10th district of Vienna, Austria. Look, it doesn't get any better than this. People say, Blakey, how can we make your show better? Forget about it. Look. And thank you for trying. I get a lot of people, especially my mom. Look. If you think this show is interesting, let your friends know. I could care. Look, I'm like, what is that? I was watching the, Right Side Broadcasting Network. That's pretty cool. They're like, you don't have to give me money. Look, I don't want anybody's money for a start. If you want to tell somebody that I'm funny, or you want to tell somebody, hey, he actually plays your music in lo-fi. Rubbish quality. It's not very enticing, is it? It's like, why would I want? Well, try to find somebody to play your song in hi-fi. See how far that one gets in 2019. Hold on a second. I had a request from before I go to this one. I think it was from JB. What was it from? My chat's moving too fast. Sorry if full beat. I remember JB. Look. No, watch your show. Your show was great earlier. Meredith, I want to get to know you better. I love you in my chat. I think you're really, really cool. Okay, let's try this request. I know I played this before, at least the group. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. This is for JB. That's the type of thing we'd like in the Black. I never played a song. I'm sorry, I forgot to finish my sentence. That's the type of thing we like in the Black Expect show. Full beat, sad man's tongue. I often think to myself, am I a sad man? It sounds like sand. Click. Meredith, are we Facebook friends? I'd love to put you on my show. I know a lot of people that they say, "Oh, Blakey, I don't really want to be part of your show," and all that stuff. And look, in full respect, I'm not here. Look. I'm not a Mormon with 8 wives. Kate, cheers from Vienna. And I don't live in Mexico. Just saying. I'm going out on a limb here, but I'm not saying anything direct. Anybody knows what I'm talking about knows what I'm talking about. The funny thing, look. My show is about nothing, but I am actually rather attentive. And I tell you, I'll be honest with you, a lot of my friends are smart too. I actually do have intelligent friends. You're watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show, the King of Lo-Fi. Tell us your name and tell us your time zone. You're on my show live.
Well, my internet name is called JB Rants. Eastern Standard Time, Boston, Massachusetts, in the hell known as Daylight Savings Time. It gets dark at about 2 p.m., which is an arcane law that they allegedly enacted in order to facilitate farming or something 6 trillion years ago.
Correct.
So it's cold and rainy, and yeah. So I am here, and hello to the very prolific audience of Blackie Fitzpatrick.
We're talking to JB live from Eastern Massachusetts, Boston. You're in the suburbs right now, aren't you?
Yeah, north of Boston, correct.
Okay, the north, yeah, a little bit northwest, right? You're not directly north. You're northwest, right?
It's a little bit more northeast, actually. Yeah.
Look, JB, if you're northeast from Boston, you would be in Massachusetts Bay.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, northeast. Yeah. I mean, okay. So for
I'm pretty good at maps, JB.
I know. I believe you. We're both massholes. For those who in the government want to specifically pinpoint me, I'm about halfway between Gloucester or Gloucester and Boston, Mass, on the East Coast, about 15 miles from the Atlantic Ocean. Okay.
So you're really hugging the coast. JB, welcome back to my show. I love you having. You're one of my. Look, you're like one of my favorite guests that I love having on. JB, what's on your mind?
Politics.
You're allowed to look PG-13. Talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Well, Russiagate fell apart. Ukraine is falling apart. So essentially, and since I follow all the back channel things, which are now because of citizen journalists, I will say, such as yourself, but you steer, your show isn't really political or whatever. That's kind of what I do and hundreds of other people do. There are now texts and emails being leaked by Project Veritas saying back in 2017, we will stop Trump. We will stop Trump. He's going to be a big problem for us. Don't worry. We'll get him. We'll get him. And it's all coming out. And guess who won't cover it? ABC, CBS, FOX, CNBC, MSNBC. No one will touch it. Why? Because if the president, I know it's PG-13, if the president breaks wind, the world has to hear about it. However, if the Democrats are literally cannibalizing and doing other things to small children, Podesta emails, Pizzagate, Podesta emails, that's just a conspiracy theory. So I'm just enjoying watching them squirm, to be honest with you. And I think more and more is going to come out. I think the President of the United States, duly elected, beloved, yes, orange, yes, sometimes says the wrong thing, yes, he's orange, yes, he sometimes says the wrong thing. He will be reelected in 2020 in a landslide unless they move forward with a fake, phony, and false impeachment. And I think if they do move forward with impeachment, that actually further secures the fact that it's either going to be a duly elected second term or a civil war in the United States. Doesn't that sound fun, kids?
I'll be honest with you, JB. I'm a little bit older than you. I don't see a civil war happening, and I know that the Senate is going to kill it anyway. So for me, this is all show.
No, we're saying the same thing, but there are a lot of snakes. Well, not a lot of, but we've got Mitt Romneys and things like that going on in the Senate. So you never know. But that's kind of what I'm following. Also, it's funny. I was walking outside earlier when I heard you mention in passing that you did like a really, really long open to your show. I was actually watching you while I was at work. And so that needs to be said, although I forgot to hit the like button. But I did hit it to get us closer to 10, or maybe over 10 at this point. But what's the point of what I just said? The point of what I just said is, oh yeah, I was thinking about, and we could do this in the future sometime. I could use my smartphone. I could show you what a dental lab looks like. I chose not to do it because I had a bunch of things going on, and it wouldn't have been very couth for me to do that. But I did think about that earlier.
For anybody who's just joining us, I'm live right now with JB in Boston. This is Mr. JB Rance. JB Rance is the guy. He's my mentor. Without JB Rance, I would not even be here.
Come on. Everyone knows that's nuts. But I appreciate that.
Okay, JB.
Go.
JB, this is my show. I'm going to change the subject. Give me your top 3 favorite. Look. People always say if you're stranded on a desert island, deserted. Is it deserted or desert? Look, the same thing. If you're stranded on a deserted island, people always say if you had only one food to eat. Look, I'm going to open up the barriers for you. If you had 3 types of food to eat for the rest of your life, unlimited, what would it be? 3, top 3 favorite fruits from JB.
Steak, oranges, and beef jerky. That's 2 meats and a fruit.
Hold on a second. Look. JB, I'm a meat and potatoes guy. What's up? You don't need any starch?
No, I don't need starch.
Okay, I believe you.
I love potatoes and rice. Yeah, I like all that stuff. But yeah, I would have a fatty steak such as a ribeye. Unlimited, you said. So
I know. So, but you're talking about steak with potato, right? And not just steak by itself.
Well, you said 3 foods.
No, I know. Look, I'm talking about the Atkins diet. If you want to do the Atkins diet, that means no potato, but only steak. A lot. I look. My second wife, she had no carbs, but she would eat like, meat and fish and whatever, like crazy glue, but no carbs. And she's skinnier than me, and trust me, I'm a skinny mofo.
Well, yeah. If you want to pick a favorite starch, I would say it would have to be. Okay, so how about this? We'll round out the meal by subtracting the beef jerky, steak, mac and cheese.
Yeah, that we're talking. Mac and cheese. That we're talking. Yeah, mac and cheese.
Because anyone can make a good mashed potatoes, I think, but mac and cheese, it really takes some sort of, you got to put a little paprika in there, if that makes any sense. And little things.
No, you like from here. I know. Look, if you have been, look. If for some reason God says, JB, you're on this island, but we're going to give you 3 foods of your choice. I mean, 3 meals. I mean, 3 complete meals. It could be well balanced, or it could. I mean, for me, I would say my first meal would be filet mignon, baked potato, and green beans.
That's good.
My second meal.
Lots of butter on that baked potato.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And my second meal would be pepperoni pizza. I'm easy.
Oh yeah.
I'm easy.
Pepperoni mushroom.
But I like your idea, and I might say yes to you on the third choice, mac and cheese, in case I just want to have a snack. Mac and cheese can hold me for like a week, no problems.
Well, my or whatever the choice, numerologically was, I said oranges. Not only are they my favorite fruit, they're delicious, but also with abundance of vitamin C. If you get bit by a monkey or Michelle Obama or whatever on that island, then that was bad. All right,
that's PG-13. You're okay. You're under the limit.
Yeah.
You're fine. I'll cut you off when I need to.
Just look at the photos on Google Photos. If you get bit by Michelle Obama on that island, you're going to need that vitamin C in order to stave off the hepatitis and the Kuru disease.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you a serious question, because people have asked me this question. I've traveled many borders, and people ask me all the time about hepatitis. Has anybody JB, has anybody ever asked you about hepatitis?
Yes, my former roommate, which is kind of weird because he was like 72. He was actually the uncle of a family I was living with, and he contracted hepatitis C, and he had to take a horse shot in his gut once a week called interferon, and it was horrible, and it made him sick 2 days after he took it every single time, but it kept him alive. Yeah, hepatitis is no joke. That's why I shouldn't joke about things like that.
No, I'm not. I know people with hepatitis, and I'm not making a joke either. But I had a lot of people ask me questions, and the first questions they asked me, they said, Blakey, have you ever been to Kenya? And I said, yeah. And then they said, Blakey, have you ever been to Haiti? And I said, yeah. And then they checked me out for hepatitis. Why is that? Why? If I go to these two countries, there was only two countries on the list. This is a test that I had in England. This is why I hate doctors. And trust me, if anybody's watching my show, doctors are rubbish. They follow this formula, and they have to fill out the form and all that stuff, and it's not really individualized. And they asked me two questions: Have I been to Kenya? Yes. Have I been to Haiti? Yes. I'm a world traveler. I've been to like a lot of countries, but for some reason they asked me these two questions. Why, JB, you're smart. Why did they ask me about Kenya, and why did they ask me about Haiti?
Specifically, I wouldn't want to put my name towards giving an answer like I know, because I don't. But from an educated guest standpoint, it would be, I'm sure that their medical infrastructure is just as third world as, their relative civilian infrastructure and government structure. So my educated guess would be, if you're going to get a dirty needle, literally sometimes reused needles on various patients.
They didn't ask me. Look, I'm going to cut you off. JB, they did not ask me if I ever use a needle. That would be the first question. Yeah. Then everything would be moot. They didn't ask me if I used a needle. They asked me, have I ever been to Kenya or have I ever been to Haiti? Only two countries. Guess what? I've been to both. Look, I work for Pan Am. I've been to so many countries, it's a joke. And I'm a world traveler. And I should be dead by now. By medical standards, I should be dead. How come I'm still alive? The medical standards are rubbish. I'm sorry, I answered my own question. You go.
Well, yeah, no, the medical standards are rubbish. And also, if someone is exposed to a lot of, various areas, environments, and potentially dangerous things, we have something that God gave us called, I almost swore, called a fudging immune system.
No, my immune system is solid, and I'm knocking on wood, and God gave it to me. And if my immune system, I'm going to share a secret with anybody who's watching us. I'm live right now with JB in Boston. My immune system, if it ever gets weak, I like to take zinc.
Oh, I never take zinc. When I feel like my immune system is down, I make a hot toddy. It says a lot about my lifestyle.
Well, look. I had an Irish girlfriend. She told me she's from Dublin. She told me the same thing. I used to write songs with her. Her name was Anne Malone. Sorry if you're watching, Anne.
Hi, Anne. How are you?
Yeah, but please find me on Facebook, Anne. Anne Malone. It's a common name, so I'm making a joke here. And nobody can see you here, but it looks good. Do you actually are you acceptable in Boston with that haircut?
Yeah, I'm acceptable as I am anywhere, being a Trump supporter in
Boston.
Well,
look. I mean, with the Red Sox, look. I'm like mega older than you, but with the Red Sox thing, that's fine. But when I was living in Kenmore Square, next to Fenway, I was working there. I never lived there, but when I was working in Kenmore Square at Store 24, next to Fenway Park, I used
to go there all the time.
I had the same hair as you did in the late 80s, and I used to get made fun of a lot. What has changed? Is it Nirvana? What's changed?
I don't know. Maybe nothing has changed, but knowing, and this is going to sound arrogant, but knowing what I know about literally how society, this is a long answer to a short question, but knowing what I know about society, and about the evolution of or devolution of the world, if you want to say it, and what they're doing in the school system and what's on television, what's on mass media. If anyone thinks that I give one particle of a fingernail about anyone's opinion of how I look, especially being 5'3", as Ben can attest to, they're barking at a brick wall. If that makes any sense. I don't care.
Well, JB, nobody can see your hair right now, but you look like you're 5'5" with your hair.
Oh yeah, dude! Especially when I look at this.
No, it looks great. I love it.
It's a third as long as yours, Tommy.
I can show it to no, everybody watches your show anyway, but can I get a good angle here? Probably not. I am talking to JB. Anyway, people want to hear your voice. They don't care about your hair. I'm just making I'm making a comment. You said 5'3". I don't give a flying flip about anybody's height. I do care about people's intelligence. JB, when did you realize that you were smart?
Oh, see, this is why you used to work in radio. What a great interview question.
When did you realize that you were smart, JB? What age were you? When did you realize it?
Hold on. That puts me in the quicksand of, do I sound arrogant and don't answer for me. Am I going to sound arrogant or am I going to be honest? I'm just going to be honest. I realized I was smart when I was in early grade school, and I would ask my teachers questions and they didn't have answers for them.
Correct. No, the same thing that happened to me. Sorry, Home Slicer, you and me are on the same page. Clink, cheers from Vienna.
Clink, cheers from Boston. Hell yeah.
Okay, Nick.
When I had, like, one example was, that I remember, this was second grade. No, it was fourth grade. It was an even number. It was fourth grade. And I asked my professor, or the teacher, whatever, I said, Dr. Cohen, why do you smell like alcohol? And he said, I have to go to the bathroom. That was great. I actually got in trouble for asking him that. And then he got fired, of course, for drinking on the job.
No comment.
No, seriously.
No comment.
Yeah, seriously. No, I realized I was smart. Better questions when I said fifth grade. Professor, he had a hilarious last name. Professor Metropolis.
Hey, that's better than my doctor. My doctor's name is Vinny Bubots. We like funny names.
I asked him because I always went through science phases growing up. Like, for 6 months I was obsessed with rocks, and for 6 months I was obsessed with microscopes, and for a year I was obsessed with telescopes. I always went through phases. And I asked him, I said, how can you prove there are only 9 planets in the solar system? Could there be more we don't know about? Which, by the way, we've discovered more now.
Hold on a second. I thought Pluto was not a planet anymore. Pluto was out. I thought we only have 8.
They demoted Pluto, and there's all this talk about Planet X, and they say there's all these extraplanetary bodies that happen to revolve around the sun, this and that. But I just asked him that question because I was just curious. I said, how can you be certain? This wasn't astronomy class because I was too young. This was like science class, but we were talking about astronomy. And I asked him, how can we be sure that there are only? Because I always believed in aliens. Ever since I was a kid, I always believed in it. Like 3 years old, I always believed in aliens. And so it was just what was on my heart at the time. I was called on. Any questions? Jason. They called me Jason, not Jay. And I asked, I said, how can we be sure that there are only 9 planets in the solar system? They got all disgruntled and said, well, if you look at the history books and this and that, or the astronomical record and et cetera, I go, and then I just shut my mouth. But that was a great moment when it's like, because these teachers are not, they're no longer the wise men of the village, or women, wise men or wise women of the village passing down knowledge. They get a script for their whole year, which includes a lot of hidden political left-wing bullshit. Bolshevik. No, I was going to say Bolshevik. I saved it.
Bolshevik. No,
I should
JB,
have been thought on that one.
JB, I'll catch you too.
I'm done after I say this. They're fed a
Okay.
script for the year. That's what they read to their students, and that's the job. Talk about repeaters. I mean, Jesus Christ. Welcome to George Orwell's 1984.
No, JB, for me, I've been a teacher for over 30 years. And the one thing, I'm going to use a fancy word. I think it's Latin or something. But the one thing I don't like about being a teacher, which is why I have always been a independent, private, solo, one-on-one teacher, is I don't believe in curriculum. Curriculum.
That is a tough one, isn't it?
What does the word
It's curriculum. Curriculum.
Yeah, what does that word mean? That's what the teachers are told they have to do this. And I always said no. I said I can't do that. And that's why I always lost my job. I could never be a professional teacher. I have to be a private teacher because I do not agree with curriculum.
Well, yeah, because exactly that very, very book or whatever it is that I just, espoused is essentially their curriculum. That's what they are told by the higher ups to teach their children. And they're not teaching, it's called indoctrination. It's you
Correct.
believe this way or you believe this way or you get a bad grade.
Correct.
You believe in evolution, you believe in dinosaurs or you get a bad grade. So it's just, I'm not saying dinosaurs didn't exist, but you know what I mean. With
I know what you're making a point. I know. It's called curriculum. And look, I'm a music teacher, and they tell me that I have to teach everybody Chopin from the beginning, and I'm telling them I want to teach them the Beatles from the beginning. That makes me bad? No.
Well, if that's the case, then all music students would have been. I was totally bored by music. I don't know how to read, music with the symbols and stuff. I never could figure. Although I can with percussion, but I cannot with notes and notation. And every good boy deserves fudge, all that stuff. I don't know any of that. So that's kind of like undermining musicians such as myself, where I learned how to play music because I heard "It Smells Like Teen Spirit" by Nirvana, and I'm like, I need a guitar yesterday. You know what I mean?
That's I'm showing my age, but for me it was the Beatles. And when I heard Nirvana, then I started teaching everybody Nirvana. You want to learn your first song? Smells Like Teen Spirit. Figure it out.
Correct.
And then I would tell them the theory behind it, which I thought was high level. But the curriculum told me that I can't teach them Beatles. I can't teach them Nirvana. I have to teach them Chopin. And I have to teach them, you'll like this joke. Stay with me for a second. You'll like this joke. Silent night, holy night. We're almost in the Christmas season. All is look, it's a beautiful song, but kids get bored with that stuff. They want to hear Nirvana, and I'm showing my age, but 30 years ago, they wanted to, how do I play a Beatles song? And that's rather interesting for kids. That gets their attention. They don't want to hear old stuff from like a million years ago. Excuse me, 300 years ago, but it's still old. They want to hear the fresh stuff. And nowadays, it's like, well, how do I learn how to play Daft Punk, or Puff Daddy, and they want to, and it's the same notes, and it's the same theory, and I don't understand why the curriculum is so slow. But that's about politics, which you're an expert at. So go.
I don't know if I'm an expert, but I'm definitely myself in terms of that kind of knowledge. But what would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Is much more interesting than 22 violins playing something that basically centuries later gets being played in an elevator. And even in the elevator, it's not, non-musicians can certainly, I guess, appreciate it. Musicians, we certainly appreciate folks like Chopin or
no, I love, or, all that no, stuff. I'm not making a joke about Chopin or Mozart or Bach or Vivaldi or any, I love classical music. I'm not making fun of classical music. But I do make fun of elevator music. Elevator music is like a cheap copy of great music, and it's like, how come it doesn't sound great? It's not the real recordings and the real. The real recordings were recorded in like these cathedrals or chapels or whatever, but they were recorded with stone and rock around. It was real. It was rock and roll from the old days. That's how it sounded. It was violins. I love violins. I love everything that has to do with notes. I love bassoon. I love everything that has to do with notes.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Look. I will. Good joke. I would call it a personal responsibility. I love everything with notes. It's my responsibility. I also love plastic. I love productions. I love new wave. I love, you've heard my show. I love everything about music. I'll play anything. I don't care. I'm not a racist about notes. I'm subjective. I don't even care. All I do is play music in lo-fi. That's what my job is.
Do you mind if I take I don't know how much time you want to allocate to me, but I can actually take this a little bit darker, but it's very, very important for folks to understand. So if I can get just a couple minutes on this.
Okay, I'm gonna get a beer. I'm gonna give you the floor. JB, you have the floor. We're live in Boston with JB. JB, you have the floor.
Okay, so I don't know how many folks are in the chat. I cannot see it. But again, this is JB Rants on YouTube, but I'm Jason from Boston. And happy to take over Blackie's show. I wanted to get his opinion on this. I'll get it when he gets back. Dismiss this stupid alert. Okay, there we go. But I have been, in fact, the whole reason my life and even my job, my career is in, and where it is because I was victimized, targeted and victimized by a socialized sociopath, psychopath, same thing, exact same thing. He had me move in with him, and I knew something was wrong about 3 months after when my mail was opened, when bills and various things, medical, all kinds of stuff. He was going through everything, and then started turning, really dark and basically abusing me and isolating me from my friends, isolating me at work because he was a coworker. That was very, very traumatic. But how this relates back to music is a lot of these individuals become obsessed, completely obsessed with how much music they listen to. They have, or this particular individual, and I've heard this before, it could be music, could be books, could be, cookware, could be anything. They're collectors. They just love it, and they brag about it all the time. This particular sociopath, who's dead now, by the way, he killed himself with alcohol. Thank God. I've never said that about anyone, and I will never say that, hopefully, about anyone else other than this person. But, they died from alcohol, and the world is a better place for them being gone. But this individual's chief thing was, I know all this music, I know all these bands, I know everything, I have a record collection of thousands, I'm better than you, you're a musician, because they gaslight you. I don't know if anyone knows what the term gaslighting is. It's basically creating an ambient atmosphere around you with to basically make you uncomfortable and walk on eggshells, even though they think you don't realize they're doing it. So I had to hear, this person, especially after he had a few whiskeys or whatever, talk about, oh, well, I've listened to, all this music. I'm a great bass player, this and that. You give them an instrument, they have no rhythm. And there's a saying in the psychopath, sociopath, research community, it's like they can hear the notes, but they don't understand the melody. But no, it's actually reverse. They understand the notes, but they can't hear the melody. And that's why music is so powerful in exposing kind of like societal weirdos. I want to see Mitt Romney sit down and listen to a Metallica song and watch him act normal. Watch him start tapping his hand and be like, yeah, I want to see that. Never going to happen, because these people are robot demons from another dimension or whatever they are, inbred, who the hell knows, Cronin Labs, who the hell knows. I just went full JB there. I'll hand it back to you.
JB, I'm going to slowly say thank you so much for being part of my show. But to be honest with you, I want to listen to music, and I want to get my drink on. and I hope you stay in the chat.
Yeah, I'm here. Whatever. I was invited on.
It is now 0143. And JB, once again, I'm going to say thank you again. And I checked out this. What's this thing called? StreamYard.com. I checked it out.
Yes.
And I pulled back.
That's what I.
And I pulled back. Try to convince me that I should go to them.
Well, I'm not going to convince you. Maybe the rules of YouTube are different in your country, but I'm not allowed to stream to YouTube directly because I don't have 1,000 subscribers. Although here's what's effed up. Here's what's fudged up. I'm actually approaching 1,000 subscribers.
I know.
Can you believe that?
No, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you.
And so that means I might even be able to start making a couple bucks off of just my JB rants, which is why the show is.
I know. Everything is about monetize and all that stuff. And look, I've been talking to my mother about this recently, and she said, Blakey, check out all these webcasts, YouTube things, and they're telling you how to make your show more popular. And I think to myself, this is a pretend scratch. And I think to myself, do I really want to make my show more popular? JB, why should I make my show more popular?
Because you're an honest person and you deliver great content.
Yeah, but I'm late. My girlfriend says, my girlfriend, the Walrus, she says I'm lazy. Why should I even try to even do it? I'm happy with doing a show like this.
Wait, the Walrus was confiding in you that she's lazy, or she was calling you lazy?
She's calling me lazy. She says,
you're not lazy, dude. If you've sold as many records as you've had, you're a teacher, this and that. I mean, maybe you're lazy and, whatever. Dude, on the weekends, I sleep till noon. So maybe I'm lazy too,
Look, every day, JB, every day I sleep until noon. So does a Walrus.
Well, you're lucky. Every day I'm up at 6. So
does a Walrus.
So with all that, so with all that being said, I don't know. I'm just looking into it. But yeah, StreamYard is great because if you saw me cut my show in, I tried to hide my frustration last night, but
no, I saw your show and you killed it. And you were like, I can't figure it out. So when you figure it out, when you figure it out, tell me in private what I have to press the button. But until you figure it out, you're my mentor, JB. I'm not trying to say this as a chicken exit for me. Okay, I am. But when you figure it out, then I'll go on board and I'll follow you. But right now, I'm happy with my small, intimate crowd. And I know my numbers are going to say like 1 million tomorrow and all this stuff. And just like you, did you see how many numbers did you have from last night? Do you know?
New subscribers, because I've actually joined a lot of chats, or one in particular. The guys. Do you mind if I name drop here, or
do it?
All right, the guy's channel. He's called Think Dragon.
Yeah, no, I heard you talk about it. You can say it on my show. Think. I remember you said you said capital T as in T, and then you said capital D as in D. I heard your show. I watched it today. It was great.
Yeah, and his whole premise is, his whole entire show is he just puts himself on camera. He's got a beard and a hat. He looks like he's probably a couple years younger than me. And his whole show is, every title of every show is called It's For You, Network. So everyone in the chat becomes a moderator. By the way, who invented the moderator on the chat? And I said that on his show. And he was like, we heard it was you, this and that. So
I know. Look, JB, I'm trying to learn from you, but I'm trying to say, this whole, whatever it's called, barnyard thing, yard, StreamYard. If you figure it out, let me know, and I'll join you with it.
Well, it's free, and they give you options for screen share, just like you're using. I'm not allowed to use it because Hillary Clinton doesn't like me, or the government. YouTube is a problem. So StreamYard is a way around that.
No, I watched your show. I watched your show that you did, and you were like, "Oh, I can't figure it out, so I'm going to kill it now." So I watched you did like a 20.
Because it stopped working. It's got a couple bugs. That's all I'm trying to say.
Hey, no, figure it out, and I'll join you with that one. If you can figure it out, I'm always going to be the tag along, right behind you, and because my people like you, and I hope that some of your people like me, and we have two totally different shows, but I would like to think of you and me as independents. I don't think that we're pushing anything. I think that we're just like individual thinkers. We're musicians, and I do music. You do conspiracy. We're not talking about politics. You're in conspiracy. I do the music thing, and we try to be smart and intelligent a little bit. But JB, I'm going to say bye-bye to you. What song do you want to hear?
Oh, wow. That was quick. Give me 10 seconds because these are important. Let's listen to some Marina and the Diamonds. Oh, no. I love that song. And on StreamYard, let me just end it with this, and then I'll sign off. Blackie, think of StreamYard as...
How do you spell Rena and the Diamonds?
No, Marina. M-A-R-I-N-A, like a seaport marina. Marina and the Diamonds.
I got it.
The song is called Oh No. And you got to watch the official music video because she's super hot, and it's a great pop song. But,
look, I'm older than you. I don't care. I don't care about super hot. I'm older than you. But JB, JB, you have one more minute. You have the floor.
Well, I don't even need a minute. I just need 10 seconds for you, Blackie. I'm just telling you, if you, in terms of StreamYard and YouTube, if we're going to the same club, which is being live on YouTube, StreamYard is only the Uber or the cab that you take there. That's all it is. It's just a vehicle to get you there, and they get you there quick, and it costs $0. They're great.
No, I like that part. I figured that part out. But when I watched the promotional video, the guy that was like trying to sell me this stuff, he looked like he was like mega stoned, and he had a smile on his face, which is not real. And I thought to myself, let's JB figure it out. And then I watched your show. And then I was like, oh, and you were like, I can't figure it out. So when you figure it out, tell me the secret, okay? And then we'll go there together on the same fucking river.
Hey, dude, I buy apples from a heroin dealer as long as the apples are good and I wash them.
That's what I'm talking about. You wash the apples and I'll eat them with you.
All right, so we'll hear some Marina and the Diamonds. Thanks for the call. Thanks for having me on. JB, you're always welcome on the Black is Special show. And I hate to kill you, but I'll be honest with you, I'm like dying to hear some music. And we gotta listen to some Marina and the Diamonds.
No, it's coming up. You're next coming up right now. Please join the chat and tell all your friends. You know when I said that, you know, I'm talking in code. I'm as bad as Donald Trump. When I say tell all your friends, it doesn't mean I'm doing quid pro quo. I'm just telling you, if anybody wants to watch my show, then they go to my show, and then I bring it over to your show. Okay, this sounds like quid pro quo, but I'm nobody. I'm just a guy from Boston, just like you, and we're nobodies. But for some reason, we have a small, intimate crowd, and if we could build it into a big crowd, I don't know. Then what are we supposed to do? Sell stuff?
Yeah, I don't think I'll be hawking survival foods or anything like that, but maybe I'll sell some hats or something custom designed. You know, for example, my new hat, which I designed independently yesterday on customgirl.com because Custom Ink wouldn't do a Trump hat.
I watched your show. Look. I watched your show. But for me, now, before I let you go, I'm going to ask you a personal question. Why did you start doing chats? Why did you start doing a show?
What?
Why did you start doing a show?
Why did I start, or why do I?
Why did you start doing a show? What was in your mind when you were the creator of JB Rants? What was your idea in your head?
Or my various other incantations, or, you know, incarnations, I should say. Because I saw a lot of fake news, and I saw that there was something called live streaming, and I said, hey, I have an opinion that differs from this, and if I do this, maybe I'll reach a couple folks. And it turns out I did, and turns out a lot of folks resonate with the fact that We do live in the matrix. 99% of the news is BS. And I just feel like I'm doing good. And even if I make people mad with some of the things I say, you know what I say. Don't listen to me. Go look it up. Don't listen to me. Go look it up. Poisons in the vaccines. Don't listen to me. Go look it up. Oh, JB's crazy. 2 planes, 3 buildings on 9/11. Don't listen to me. Go look it up. And I think maybe if I wake up one person, maybe they'll wake up one person, and then it becomes like a Christmas tree top down. Does that make any sense?
No, JB, it makes a lot of sense to me. My question for you is, why did I start my show up?
I have no idea. Because you want to promote your music. You have you and I both have the kind of personality that, when I said I have no idea, that was just a stall. That's like your fake scratch. That was just a stall. I know it's probably exactly why you did it. Is because you've always been an entertainer. You have a powerful voice. You're not shy, although I'm incredibly shy, believe it or not. Just ask Ben. Like, he saw all sides of me. Well, not any of the private parts, but he saw all sides of my personality when we hung out for a few days. It's like, it feels good to throw this stuff out there, mainly because nothing I've ever said can be held against me or be blackmailed, you know?
You never, look, JB, you're always cool.
Well, I'm not always cool. I'm actually a friggin' dorky nerd, but this venue...
No, you made the walrus, you just made, if you heard that, that was the walrus laughing.
Just came home and had a laugh.
She likes the word dorky nerd. Look, I'm talking to the most famous guy in Boston right now on YouTube. JB, the walrus has just arrived. JB, do you have any personal questions for the walrus?
No.
Good. Thank you.
Okay.
I like that.
Okay, take 2. JB, ask the walrus a question.
No. He doesn't want to. I don't want to answer.
Question. I mean, put me on the spot like that.
You don't have to ask me anything. I'm happy if you don't ask me.
No, look, he's a master. I want to put you on the spot. I'm doing it. I'm a master. I'm putting you on the spot.
It's okay. I'll help Blackie's show. Isabella, what's your favorite color lipstick, or do you wear lipstick at all? Some girls don't.
At the moment, I think the last time I wore a lipstick, I don't know, it was at least half a year ago. So, yeah.
Speak up.
So.
She doesn't wear lipstick that much.
No, it's only if I,
there's a lot of,
it's really rare.
JB, she has lips from Salzburg, and they're gorgeous enough. They don't need lipstick.
I don't know what Salzburg is. It sounds like a steak I got in 4th grade in the lunch line.
It's where Mozart comes from. Okay, JB.
You guys got that. See, that's why even though I'm a failed stand-up comedian, I still get that little,
No, JB, you are definitely my #1 internet friend, and I'm grateful that you and me.
Mine too.
And the walrus says,
I consider you guys great friends. No, it's just a shame you couldn't come to America with Ben. That would have been awesome.
Look, JB, it's a cash flow problem. Okay.
Same thing with me. That's why I'm not in Austria yet. You know, with my low salary, which I used to make a lot of money.
No, it's a cash flow problem. And look, everybody respects cash. Look, if you live in a capitalistic system, which everybody in the first world does, there's always going to be the cash flow problem. And that's just the way it is. But with the internet, JB, you're my internet buddy. And thank you so much for being on my show, buddy. You were not just a time killer. You were actually a great for my show, because I know a lot of people like this stuff. I'm going to play your request. You got 15 seconds. Say bye-bye.
I'm going to say goodbye to everyone. I don't know how many are in the chat because I cannot see it, but all of us are kind of interconnected, and I'll keep it under 15 seconds. Hello, Isabella. And thank you, Alec, for having me on. I'll come on anytime that I'm available. And likewise on my show, once I really figure out StreamYard, JB signing off. Let's hear some Marina.
Marina in the Diamonds by request for JB. Thanks, JB.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Does it down, look up?
There's a guy song goes up in there. JB's request. Everybody saying hi to
Say hi to everybody.
you. You're home late.
They had a lot of fun.
Perfect timing. I told 2 minutes ago that I'm going to tell you what they want to hear. You said this song. You showed up perfect. Thank you, God.
What?
You never heard this one?
No. Why thank you, God? I can go.
Because you came home when I was Jimmy on my show. I'm not a weirdo. I'm trying to promote my own channel. Jimmy's big star. Whoa, man. Look. I never played this song on my show before, but I have heard this song on the radio. Mariana and the Diamonds. Oh, no, that was by request for JB. Oh, I love the commercials. Look, especially when they were in German. Yes, it's official now. The Walrus is back to her pool. Would you call it a home or a pool? I mean, a walrus lives in a pool, right? She's laughing. I made her laugh. Welcome back to the pool.
Dry pool.
Right now, yeah, she's in dry dock. We would say dry dock. You're in dry dock right now. But look, that was a great interview with JB. JB, thank you so much for being part of the Black Spectrum show. And thank you for that request. I never played this song before, but I have heard it on the radio. That's an old track. I want to say, I don't know. I heard that song when I was dating the mother of my child. That song is about 8 or 9 years old. But Mariana and the Diamonds. Oh no, that sounds like a Black Concerted song. Oh no. Hey, you know what? I do have a song lined up, and I'm going to try to figure out how to get into my next segment. But look. People say, Blackie Fitzpatrick. What's this whole thing about? Press thumbs up before you leave. I don't even care if you subscribe or ring the bell and all that jive, and everyone says you have to do all these things, and Twitter. And look, I am fighting everything. All I do is provide live, whatever you call this stuff, from Vienna. I was born in Framingham, Massachusetts. Okay. Who cares? Oh, he lived in London. He lived in Florida. Who cares? He's in Vienna. Who cares? Look. I'm a guy who loves music. I don't really care about anything, to be honest with you. I like notes. And I also like big productions. But, and this is going to be a surprise to the Walrus as well, because I found something really special. I told everybody I had a couple of surprises lined up for tonight's show. The first one was JB. What a great interview, though. That was. I know the Walrus came in on the inside, but we talked about up and down, east and west. Look. We talked about snow and look. Everything was like copacetic. And JB, I love talking to you, and you're always welcome back to my show. I'm going to play a song. This doesn't mean I'm saying goodbye, but I found this track. Well, YouTube told me that I should listen to this, and as much as YouTube sometimes likes to ban me, for some reason they allow me to go live. That's cool. If it gets deleted the next day, I don't really care. So if you're watching the Black Effect Special Show live, you're watching me. It is now 0204. And I found this the other day. And I was amazed, actually. This is a new video. Not a lot of people watched it. But for anybody who watches the Black Effect Special Show, I think you might enjoy this. This is one man with one piano. And that's the type of thing we like in the Black Effect Special Show. I'm not saying bye-bye. I think. We'll find out. I could be a fool. Everybody knows my trademark bumper music. But I found this one live at a radio station called WFUV. Michael McDonald with the song that he wrote. This is on public radio. And he, if Isabella can look at his picture, he looks old. And this is a song that he wrote. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi after the commercial.
Called Dynamism.
Oh, it's German. Cool. Here we go. This is good. One man, one voice. 2 years ago.
Be careful, so that you know. Some man fool see time. How do we feel? Yet to be created. So alive, she must lose all smile. He's nostalgic.
Good version, right?
Never coming in what they wanted to say. Only to realize.
I heard this last night for the first time. Okay for this. I'll be honest with you. I never heard that song until yesterday. Performed live, Michael McDonald by himself on the piano with nobody else. He wrote that song on the piano. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful piece of music. Meredith, my Google Chat thing doesn't work anymore. Walrus is my witness. I go to here, Google Hangouts. Let me try that one. Or is it just Hangouts? How does it start? I never had to do this much work before. Hangouts. Now, Mary said, no, it goes back to Google. You see? It doesn't work anymore. They killed it. So, look. Meredith, if you want to come on my show, you have to be friends with me through Facebook. Google Hangouts is now dead. And that's okay. I have no problem saying stuff like that. Because it's a reality. Everything like changes, and it's like, I thought you were my friend. Oh, guess what? You're my stranger. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Press thumbs up before you leave.
Early morning yesterday, I was up before dawn, and I really have enjoyed my stay.
They changed it. I haven't done Google in this one. See, go. Never did that before. Hangouts. They changed it. Can't get there. I tried. I can't accept this. Am I get stoned or not? Jeff, on time. What do you want?
140.
Take That's what I said, fight. That's one of those Good show. I forgot I was supposed to. No, you told me to do the floors are clean. I didn't get the seeds out. I'll take the challenge. What?
The seeds?
Oh, that was my job today.
Take the seeds.
Popcorn?
The seeds.
I'll do it with my hands.
Do you have everything on your head?
I know, I'll put it in the trunk.
The other stuff you showed the last time is all over. Everything bye-bye. And we can just tomorrow.
Or do you want to have the cake? Make it better.
It's the wall. It's the late. It's forever. The cake
Let's
is
see it forever too. The cake. Cake. My plan today was to do this. You told me to do chores, so I was Supertramp. You're watching the Blackie Dispatcher Show. The King of Lo-Fi 0216, Alicia Loreen. Thank you, JB. That was a great chat. Let's see what happens here tonight. All I have is positive energy. I hope you do too. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. I'm on my way. That's just the way it is.
I think that's enough. With 3 bites. It's super strong stuff.
Tennessee to Missouri, happy and crazy. Listen to the ancient noise, looking around. It seems those cowboys, legs on the horse. Out of my way, driving in my truck. I'm on my way, trying to my side. Oh no, singing my song, yes, baby. I'm on the way back home. Sitting in the mountain tree, hearing loud showing me the sun. Whoa, this is my time. I'm on my way, driving in my truck. I'm on my way, driving to outside. Oh Lord, singing my song, yes, baby. I'm on my way I see my goal. I see my goal. I'm on my way, driving in my truck. I'm on my way, driving to the countryside. Oh Lord, singing my song, yes, baby. I'm on my way back home. I'm on my way, driving in my truck. I'm on my way, driving to the countryside. Oh Lord, singing my song, yes, baby. I'm on my way back home. Yes, baby, I'm on my way back home. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Alicia Lorraine. You know what? I believe. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Live from Vienna.
No matter how hard I try, you keep pushing me aside. Yeah, I break through. So I can take you. It's so sad to leave it. Takes time for leaving. After all the said and done, you're gonna be alone. Deep in leaving love, I can feel something inside me say, really don't think it's strong enough now. Deep in leaving love, I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think it's strong enough now. What am I supposed to do? Sit around and wait.
You like this one? Good, right?
There's no turning back. I need sand. I need love. Feel strong. Without the time to think it through. And maybe I'm too late. You won't. Deep in leaving love. I can feel something inside me say, really don't think it's strong enough now. Do you believe in love? I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think it's strong enough now. Oh, no, I can't
Sorry,
believe
bass player, my friend. And he worked with me. So I like it a lot.
I don't need you anymore.
Went to Fishing, you know it.
I don't need you anymore.
People can make fun of it all the time. I didn't know he played it.
Do you believe in love? I feel something inside me say, really don't think it's strong enough. Do you believe in love? I feel something inside me say, I really don't think it's strong enough. Do you believe in love? I can feel something inside me say, really don't think it's strong enough now. Do you believe in love? I can feel something
of my favorite bass players played bass on that song from Cher. His name is Winston Blissett. He's from England. So is the Verve. Bitter Sweet Symphony. I love great music. You're watching the king of lo-fi. Period. I know why I wrote my book. I'm sorry. Working with all these people. I never got the breakthrough. Oh well. 10 minutes, right? Verve with their song called Bittersweet Symphony. I tell you, bittersweet. Hold on a second. I like bittersweet chocolate. I know the Walrus. You don't like dark chocolate, do you? Nope. She says, nope. She says, no way, Jose. I'll be honest with you.
I like also eat it, but I prefer the normal one.
You like milk chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but bittersweet. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, that now we got the chocolate thing done with it. You prefer not bittersweet. But what about symphonies?
I don't want to talk, please.
She says, stop talking. She says,
To
Blakey.
me, you can talk, but not to me.
She says, Blakey, just do your show. Look. Hold on a second. We have a request from FLS. Look. I know JB's trying to start up a new show and all this stuff. Look. The Black First Sky show is about acceptance. Please try to remember one simple look. What's the right word I'm looking for? Consequence. The consequence of watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick show is acceptance. This is a pretend scratch. Okay, maybe I missed a spot when I was shaving. No, it's pretend. Look, the Blackie Fitzpatrick show is about can make you smile? Only if you look at my face. FLS gave me a look. Gave me a cue. Actually, maybe I can play something different. Actually, I'm gonna FLS. You gave me the chicken exit, and I love this song. This is actually in my top 20 playlist. If I have to be, whatever, deserted on a desert island. Hold on a second. Desert on a desert. Look, you know what I mean. And you only have one food. We were talking about this on my show earlier today, and I was talking with JB. I said, well, if it's not only one type of food, if you had 3 choices of food to eat, and we had this great, it was very in-depth conversation. But hold on a second, I forgot what I was doing. Hold on a second, is it working that fast? You don't feel anything yet? Okay, we just finished. Finished eating. Look. Eating. No, eating is not a word. Look, eating and baiting. Look, everybody knows I'm playing with words. Eating and baiting is a funny way to play with. Look. There's a lot of interesting stuff. This much is true. Actually, I think there's a song about that too. Look. Hold on a second. No, you guys are great, and I'm trying to get my numbers up to 10. And then I do Sinatra. I know my thumbs up are over 10, and you guys are super awesome. I know I've been doing a long show here. I know I started earlier than normal, and it looks like it is now 0, 2, 3, 1. So I'm going overtime, and so everybody who shows up, and if JB wants to do a show, that's fine. If Dean the Dancing Machine wants to do a show, that's fine. Usually half the time we're all best buddies, right? So it doesn't really matter. I don't really care. Hold on a second. Joan says, Cher kissed my son on the cheek. That's pretty cool, actually. Look, I've met a lot of famous people, and I've only had one famous person ever kiss me on the cheek. As she said bye-bye. And look, the show is not political. I don't even vote. But I'll be honest with you, when I met, maybe I should play music. No, that's right, she doesn't sing. But I've met a lot of famous people. And look. Some people think it's romantic if you sing a song to them or maybe kiss them on the cheek. And it does have a type of, I want to use the word acrimony, but I don't even know what the word means. It does have, affection is too strong. That's not the right word. Atrimony, I think, is the right word. It should be attribuaries. It means it has to do like the Nile River, and there's all these tributaries. They look. Attribuaries is a great word, which I don't use enough on the Blackie Fitzpatrick show. But look. It doesn't really matter anyway. Everything is about acceptance. And press thumbs up before you leave. Look, show some common decency. No, the Blackie Fitzpatrick show is about what happens if Blackie Fitzpatrick eats a space cake. Okay, that's the first one. First start. Look, you don't feel anything, really? These are space cakes from the freezer. Look. I only have a couple places to hide. I thought I had a song lined up. Hold on a second. Now I remember. It was for FOS. Oh no, now it disappeared. Look. I hope that it sounds, I actually do believe this. I hope it sounds great in your end. Some people tell me it sounds great, and I think to myself, rubbish. Because, no, I do watch I post-produce my shows, and I think to myself, hey, you know what, it sounds pretty good. And sometimes it doesn't. And it's all it has to do with the productions and all that stuff, and nobody really knows. Up or down, left or right, east, south, west. Look. Forget about southwest. But to be correct, to be 100% confident, and we're talking about night and day, I'll be sure. By request, you're watching the King of Lo-Fi. But I can song. You know what it's American Idol. Okay. Great request. Oh, I tell you. Look. I'll be sure. No, I remember that track. That was a big hit. I want to say it's from Boston, but it could be from New York. It could be from California. I don't know. But I'll be sure. That was late '80s. Really great dance music track. Obviously, I like the key changes. But he was look. Anybody wants to do the check the footnotes on Wikipedia. Why is that song so cool? Because they did a bunch of like really cool stuff. It's called Key Changes, and it's like wow, that music is really nice. Thank you for that request, FLS. Look, you're watching the King of Lo-Fi. No, it's awesome. It's an awesome. I never played that song on my show before too, so it's really great. Like. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. I'll be honest with you. People say, take a breath. A lawyer might say, backtrack. Trace your steps. My mother taught me from day one. She was like, you didn't lose anything. It's hiding. I was talking about this in my warm-up show. Am I normal? Yes. Why? Because I feel normal. Period. There is no judge. God is my judge. Look, the show is not religious. I'm a Christian. Who's going to judge me? A peon? Tuh. People say, Blicky. I know what you're talking about. A lot of us have been in situations and they go, hey, you know what? I feel like I'm being judged. Whether it's by society or the police officer that told me that I was driving too fast. Or by, I don't know. I'm not really into fashion, so I don't know. Look, judgment is like everywhere. I'm not a judge. People talk about good restaurants and bad restaurants. What, like judging? 5-star? Who was the one who said 4-star? Michelin star? Give me a break. I've been to joints in Boston that were like $1 million. For some reason, nobody judged them. That's weird. Or not. How does one get to the appellate courts system? Oh, most people don't even think about stuff like that. They just think good or bad. Friedrich Nietzsche wrote a book called Beyond Good and Evil. I believe in German it's called Hinsichts from Böse und what?
Jenseits von Gut und Böse.
Yeah, I was pretty close. I read that book about 5 times. I thought there was something smart in the way he thought. This is before Hitler. Late 1800s. I think he was living in Vienna actually when he was writing, if I'm not mistaken. He was a German guy who hung out in Vienna. That was the capital of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire in those days. Germany was nothing. He was like, I need to go to Vienna, hang out with all the smart thinkers. Well, you're watching the Blackie Spencer show live from Vienna. Are there still some smart thinkers around? Well, you'd have to be a judge to figure that part out.
Know that you feel so now. You're closest to heaven that I'll ever be, and I don't wanna go home. All I can taste is your smile. All I can breathe is your love. Sooner or later it's over. I just don't want to see. And I don't want to see me. I don't think that they understand. When everything's made to be broken, I just want you to know why. To change like the tears never know. The moment truth realize. When everything feels like the movies. Yeah, you bleed just to know you're alive. And I don't want to see me, 'cause I don't think that you understand. When everything's meant to be broken, I just want you to know who I am.
Want to play music next?
And I don't want to see me, 'cause I don't think that they understand. When everything's meant to be broken, I just want you to know why. I don't want to see me, 'cause I don't think that they understand. Everything's meant to be broken. I just want you to know why. I just want you to know why. I just want you to know why. I just want you to know why.
You're watching the King of Lo-Fi with commercials. Yeah, check it out.
Talking away. I don't know what to say. Today's I'm not ready to find shining.
First week. I love it. Trading you great work. Thank you. That's not I know I am. Only for big people. Maybe not for you. You're normal. But I love when I remember. I didn't play one style. Open-minded. I love it. 14. Like the song when it came out?
Yes, please don't talk to me constantly.
Ha 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 ha. Don't push me to the edge. Please, you're watching the Blackie Spencer show. Show some common decency. Press thumbs up before you leave.
You're humming to yourself and something's coming up. Like a disco drums the size of your voice. They were closing off my door. Every hour, every minute seemed to last eternally. I was so afraid, remember. You were young, full of life, and I missed it like again. And I'm not ashamed to say that more of dancing things almost made me cry. There was something in the air that night. The stars were bright when that night. They were shining there for you and me. Only liberty when that love. Love could never go back to you. There's no way. If I had to do the same again, I would, my friend, remember. If I had to do the same again, I would, my friend, remember. Every old raven and blood. Since many years I haven't seen the rifle in your hand. Can you feel the drums remember?
Play by game.
Do you still recall the things that might have passed through your brain? I can see it in your eyes.
What's that like game life and stuff?
There was something in the air that night. The stars were bright when I know. They were shining there for you and me. Only liberty when I know. There's no way. If I had to do the same again, I would, my friend, remember. There was something in the air that night. The stars were bright and then they were shining there for you and me. Only liberty and then there's no way. If I had to do the same again, I would, my friend, remember. Yes, if I had to do the same again, I would, my friend, remember.
I love you, YouTube. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
You grow old and you keep
Uh, 1982. Look, I was for. Okay, we have a commercial.
Willkommen in der Gala-Region.
Hey, German, that's cool.
Pokémon.
Look. 1984 too. I remember I was a DJ, and I'll be honest with you. I know I played this song as a DJ. I'm not sure if I bought the record, but I know I played that song. Frida. I know there's something going on, and Frida was the. I think it was the girl with the dark hair from ABBA, and she went solo, and she wrote that song. And yes, it was a top 40 hit in the U.S. and A. Frida from ABBA. Look, you guys are great, and I love the requests, and keep them coming in. Look. I'm making a joke here. No, that was not a controlled sneeze. Yes, I think I need some toilet paper. Look, it is now 0303. Look, I'm going to have one more beer with you guys. And I have a feeling like, look, I never played Frida before. I forgot about her. I think that I think a lot of people in Europe even didn't know that Frida went solo. The Black History Past show is about acceptance. Changes may happen. Could be the weather. Could be a belief system. Could be a Hey, let's check out the. Check out. Look. What do they call it with cars? They call it a line. It means like Look, if your car is like messed up, they go, "Whoa, we have to get it aligned." What does align mean? Well, aligned means copacetic. This next song coming up is by request, but but I'll be honest with you. Once, twice, I have been there. I've been a witness. I'm going to take this joke a little bit longer. No, I'm setting up a joke, a first song. Everybody know, look. If you're new to my show, press thumbs up before you leave. If you're not, I am the king of lo-fi. I play music by request. If nobody requests anything, I play music. But right now I'm setting up a request, and I'm trying to do this in a Black Future Statue way. How do I look? I've never played this song before. How do I tell everybody about this song? Look, if I don't play your request, it doesn't mean I hate you. If I play your request twice, it also doesn't mean anything. The Black Future Statue Show is about acceptance. It's not about judgment. It's not about like, well, you didn't do this, that, and the other thing. I don't care about that. Look. I don't like being look. I'm being very honest right now. I do not like being, by request, a whipping post.
See the best of humankind in the greatest show.
But I love commercials. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
I've been there too. I don't know why. That made me a fool. Took all my money.
You don't feel it? It's hard. Waiting for nothing.
What?
You don't feel anything? No. You waited for nothing. Have more.
Yeah, okay, I
It's
see.
been in the freezer for a long, long time.
Anything.
Just change it. This one. Hey,
I've been such a fool. I have to stand by you. Turn myself in the what you've done. Nothing seems to change. Back down to the shade. Feel like I'm dying. Feel like I'm dying.
The Allman Brothers, by request. Look. I don't feel like I'm dying. Well, actually, maybe I do. Maybe that's part of my depression. I feel like I'm dying. The Allman Brothers. Look, this is a super old track. Good Lord, I feel like I'm dying. That's with the chorus. Thank you from Vienna. Good Lord. Look, I'm a Christian. I'm not religious, but I do believe in God. Good Lord, I feel like I'm dying. I think that happens from the first millisecond. I talk about this on my show sometimes. Look, I saw the birth of my daughter. It was actually rather amazing. The mother didn't. I did. When she came out of her body, and that whole look. It was a emergency C-section, and there was curtains and stuff. But I broke the rules, like, and I think everybody who knows me knows me well enough that they told me I can't do this and they told me I can't do that. I did everything, and I was like right there because I like look. And I'm amazed actually because I'm actually rather squeamish. I am squeamish, but in this moment when I saw my daughter, and I don't want to get gory on my show or anything like that, but when I saw my daughter, there was one thing being pulled out of the belly. I knew that she was in the belly. I figured that part out. but it was the umbilical cord being cut and the slap on the butt to make her breathe. And that whole moment, that was okay. Before, okay, it was gory before, but the part that they show in the movies and stuff, where you get the slap and the baby breathes, the first breath without the umbilical cord, that's a gorgeous moment. And as a father, I'm very, very proud to say that. Look, I'm not trying to write a book here. It's just something that look. A lot of people say, actually, nobody talks about this. For me as a father, it was a great, great moment. And I was so glad that I was there. And in the old days, what was it? You're supposed to sit outside the room and smoke a cigar and all that stuff. Make sure the kid had 5 fingers and whatever. I mean, 10 fingers. Look. And the cliches. And I was like, I was better than Meathead from All in the Family. I was like totally be there, be there, be there. And I think that's why my third wife left me. I was too close. She felt. Some people talk about, can a man be too close? Can a man give a woman claustrophobia? Maybe I was too close. Look, I'm not writing a book. Look, am I coming in my third book? I don't know. But look. Everybody's look. I got Ben Armstrong calling me up from Nashville, and he says, Blakey, give me a lyric. And I'm like, talk that fine. Everyone has to wind down. I'm having fun phone right now. love playing great music. Sean, with their song, look. I'm the king of lo-fi for one and only one reason. The music is great. The sound quality is rubbish. Just ask anybody. They'll tell you, Blakey, he plays all the greatest music. And sometimes I do. Look, I play all your requests, and I love you guys. You guys tell me songs that like I never even would think about playing. Sometimes I know half of them. Well, that means obviously the other half I don't know. And I love playing the songs that I never ever heard before. As a professional DJ, my whole life, well, I mean, since I was 12, I think I was practicing since I was 10. Hold on a second, I'm over 50. I've been playing records or analyzing music. What does that mean? 41 years? Does that mean, am I a doctor yet of music? Oh yeah, that's right, I'm a doctor of music. Cool. Wait, what do you do? A little show on YouTube. Look. People are telling me, they're saying, Blakey. Look, I got JB talking to me about, what's this thing called? Yard Jive Factory times 11. And my mother's telling me, look, check out this Beto O'Rourke guy times -2. And look. Everyone's telling me, hey, you get your little tiny show and you think you're, look. I'm happy with my tiny show and I'm happy with you guys. And I think you guys are awesome. If I ever get to a level beyond this, which I don't see happening, I'll be honest with you, in my intuition, I don't see it happening. And I get people telling me, they say, Blakey, do this and that and the other thing, and you'll make money. I don't see that happening because when I started as a DJ when I was 14 years old, my brother told me I should tell these stories. When I was a DJ at 14 years old, look, at 14, look, my show is PC a little bit. I'll say, look, you do the math. When I was 14 years old, the last thing I thought about was making money. I didn't even know what money meant. I knew what music meant. I knew what playing music meant. I knew what making people happy meant. And I knew if somebody was sad, they said, hey, I want to hear a sad song. And I got emotion. I started to learn about emotion when I was 14. Money? I'll be honest with you. I'm 51. I don't think I ever learned about money. Ever. To my detriment? Incorrect. But all I'm doing right now is like playing your songs, whatever you guys want to hear. And sometimes I try to pretend to be like look, think about it. Backtrack. What I'm doing right now is the same thing that you were doing when you were 14 years old. Think about when you were 14 years old. What did you do? If you were lucky, you were like me. You were listening to great music and you were starting to get look, I'm not trying to use the word, look. I'm not even going to say the word. At that age, people start to realize what they want to do with it. Look, I was practicing. At 14, I was practicing. I'll be honest with you. At 15, I figured it out. And I was like, hold on a second. Isabella, she likes to play all these fancy Facebook games and stuff about mathematics and logic and all this stuff, and geometry. And There are a lot of different paths. Look, my mother always taught me there's a lot of roads that lead to Rome. But at the end of the day, one is responsible for the path that one takes. Hey, that's pretty cool, actually. Hey, in the first world, let me clear my throat. In the first world, it's like, well, I can decide to do. Actually, I was going to say this, that, and the other thing, but I think in the first world, you can do this or that. That's it. And then consequences come in. So, but at least you get this and that. In the second and third worlds, things get a little bit difficult. Look. Okay. Look, hold on a second. How do I do this in the right way? I'll be honest with you. We were talking about this earlier, and I think I'm going to do it this way. After the commercial break, watching the King of Lo-Fi.
Open my eyes to a new kind of way. All the good times that you say. How you feeling? You feeling that way too? Or am I just a fool? Shoot me down, standing on the line. Oh, she's been too bad, she's gone too. She should not walk the right way. She's feeling, how you feeling? You're feeling that way too. Or am I just a fool? And the girls wait to judge my life. Oh, soft and warm on the summer's night. You're the only one I turn to, the only one I love. You're the only one. Feeling that way. Ooh, anytime that you want me. Ooh, anytime that you need me. Ooh, anytime that you want me to. Ooh, anytime that you need me. I'm standing here with my arms across open and ready in the listen to me and enlighten me. That you need me. Anytime that you want me. Anytime that you need me. Give me all of the sunshine. A spark is all I need.
Never heard.
To take it
Good music,
away.
right?
All of the shadows. What more can I say?
Journey. And look, look. I'll take this as great news. Journey and the Pretenders are starting a world tour. That's a pretty good gig. I'll be honest with you. I know Steve Perry's not going to be there, but I saw Journey without Steve Perry in Bournemouth, England, and it was a great concert. And Steve Sean, the guitar player and songwriter, basically, well, musical director, let's say it that way, doing all that stuff. And that was an early song from Journey. What a great song. And I'll be honest with you. Look, I know I'm the king of lo-fi. I coined it myself. I wasn't going to wait for the Wall Street Journal. I wasn't going to wait for the New York Times. I coined it myself. I am. Look. I call myself the king of lo-fi. For anybody who's watching, and for anybody who wants to hear a song, put it in. Please, do put it in the chat. I know it's a little bit late. 0334. No, it's getting time for all of us to say bye-bye. But I wanted to say a specifical. Hold on a second. That's not a word. Specifical? Hold on. Let me check my Google Dictionary in my head. No, it is a word. Look, specifically, I am the spirit of radio. For Ben, not for you. For Ben. What's the difference?
I don't know. I don't. What? Pop? No. Pop? Until I say the same thing. I know it already.
I think it's no different. Hold on a second. I just thought of a joke. Oh, that was a heartbreak. I just thought of a funny joke. Look. I just realized something. I don't know why the German expression mittelmäßig comes to mind. What does the word mittelmäßig mean? Why did I come up with that? That word came right to my mind. Mittelmäßig. What does mittelmäßig mean? We don't have a word in English for that. What does mittelmäßig mean? It means, look, if I look, it's actually rather simple. If I put myself into a position where I am advantageous, well, that's pretty good. Hey, I'm in a position where I'm advantageous. Okay. My family and friends are going to say, hey, that's pretty cool. You are in an advantageous situation. Pretty cool. Doesn't mean it's like a guarantee, but you're in an advantageous situation. Hey, that's pretty cool. So, and then he goes, look. I'm not going to go down the line, but everybody can figure out. Look. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. I'm talking about science, and I'm talking about a lot of fun stuff. Yeah, you're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
This is for you, Daddy. I took my love and I took it down. I climbed a mountain and I turned around. Then I saw my reflection in the smoke of the fields, till the landslide brought down. Oh, mirror in the sky, what is it? Can the child within my heart rise above? Can I sail through changing ocean tides? Can I handle seasons of my life?
Feel the aggression.
I don't know.
That's what Stevie Nicks is so great. She's breaking up with the guitar player.
Well, I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you.
Like her voice or not?
What?
Like her voice?
Time made you
Good
bolder.
American singer.
Children get
Really,
older. I'm getting older too. So
You're missing the video, but great. So the divorce. So I still work with you, but I hate you. Great.
I've been afraid of changing 'cause
That's great.
I built my life around you. But time makes you older, children get older. I'm getting older too. I'm getting older too. So take this love, take it down. Oh, if you climb a mountain and you turn around, if you see my reflection, snow-covered hills where the landslide brings
Good verse.
down, down. And if you
I never
see
forgot that.
my
Mom was grew up with the first song
reflection,
about kids
snow
get old, they get divorced. That's the stereotype, right?
covered
That's dated.
hills.
Look how beautiful it is. Yeah, but I still love you.
Well, maybe
I still love you.
the
And we're already
landslide
divorced.
down.
Get the fuck out.
Where
I learned something from that.
down.
How to follow that song? I'll be honest with you. It was Landslide from Fleetwood Mac. I said, did I say Mac?
Mm-hmm.
I meant, look. My show is professional. I have tears in my eyes. That song made me emotional. To see the two of them together. I'm sorry, I know a lot of people are not like Fleetwood Mac experts. I am, and they wrote that song. They had a contract, I think, with Columbia, to be honest with you, and they had to like write the record. And he kept on looking at her. I'm sorry, I don't know what you saw, but I saw something different, and guy versus girl and all that stuff. And divorce is not an easy subject to talk about. And but I think no, maybe it is the easiest. But I'm a singer-songwriter, and hello, my ex-wives. You guys are awesome. Press thumbs up before you leave. Show some common decency. I might even sing Sinatra for you. I'll be honest with you. I'm like in the mood. Look. Hold on a second. Binoculars, spectacles. Look. If I'm in the mood to look, I might need some. Isabella just got the joke. Look. I've been saying this. Look. The funny thing about when I do a show, a lot of people think to myself, I mean, yourself, I mean, ourselves, I mean, clink. See, that was all set up. See, it looked like I got lost. I know what the look. Maybe I don't. Clink. Cheers from Vienna. Look, if I was lost in a forest, the first thing I would do would be to talk to the sun. And I'll be honest with you, yeah, I was a Cub Scout. I went to Webelos, then I went to Boy Scouts, and then I realized I was getting trained to join the Army. And that's kind of when I quit. It was a little bit too hardcore for me. I'm not going to get into details, but I might put it into my third book. You're watching the Black Effect Special, The King of Lo-Fi. It is now. Whoa. Hold on a second. Backtrack a second. Press thumbs up before you leave. Anybody new come in here? No, I think I have my usual suspects. I see. Hey, Elena's here. Elena, you should be. Look, either this is past your bedtime or you just woke up. Good morning to Elena. I like coffee with 2 sugars. No, I think. Look. And if I missed your request, I'm really, really sorry. But I was playing Fleetwood Mac, and I'll be honest with you, I'm in a good mood. Why? And look, I know this is. Look, it's a common thing in my show recently. I'm in a good mood because I'm still breathing. The only reason why I have proof of that is because you're watching my show. So hold on a second. Same page. Look, Jimmy Page. Look, turn the page. Look, I'm not going to talk about all the jokes. Look. One of the first cool girls I met, her name was Paige Jensen, and she told me I should graduate early. That's a true story, actually. Look. Paige is, look. I'm not here to play with words. Well, sometimes I am. I'm here to play songs, though. That's the most important thing about the Black and Blue Fabulous show. I mean, if I can say something intelligent, it means I know nothing. The reason why I know nothing is because I studied it. People say, Blakey, how could you study nothing? Clink! Cheers from Vienna. I'll be honest with you, I studied nothing for 4 years. And after 4 years, I thought that nothing was driving me crazy. I wanted to believe in something. Look. I'm not talking about insurance companies. I'm not talking about a fallback. I'm not talking about like, oh, whoa, hey, look. I was talking about. Look. Okay, let me simplify this. When I it was funny actually, if I think about it. Deflect, reflect. Look. What does the word flect mean in Latin? Flect. Deflection, reflection, flect. Why do we hear this word flect all the time? What are they telling us with the word flect? I don't even think flect is a word, and I know it isn't, but it is a something. Flect. What does the word flect mean? Flect. It means the Blackie Fitzpatrick show. Flect means, actually, it's perfect. Flect means, look, flect means me. I am. Look, press thumbs up before you leave. I know I have some. Trust me, I invited them in. If I hit 10, I get to sing, and then go to bed. Who wants me to sing and go to bed? Otherwise, I'll just play music. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi, and I love commercials, especially when they're from YouTube. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
The other day,
What?
for example, if somebody would offer you schnapps, I would say, my husband says, thank you. No.
Doctor means no.
Yeah.
When you say thank you, you no.
Yeah, so but it's funny if you have,
British.
if I could see, for example, so if your wife, so here's that you can offer the schnapps, and say, thank you.
Let's tell that story on my show. I'm going to tell it.
Yes, do it. I don't know.
New order. Blue Monday. Look. Officially, it's Friday. No, this is my Thursday night show. Look, I'm like totally like on the other side of the planet. It depends on where you're watching me from. But please do not have a Blue Monday. Blue has a connotation. Blue is like blue moon. Actually, I like that song. But blue is like a little bit of sadness. New Orleans, they would call it the blues. Look. No, that was New Order. That's one of my go-tos. I'll be honest with you. I also have another go-to. This is my last pint of beer, and I'm going to enjoy it here with you guys. And if I'm missing, now I see Joan. She wrote in capital letters, Alec. I'm sorry, I haven't been reading the chat for a while. I've been talking to the walrus. She pays the rent. Sorry, is that joke okay?
Yes.
Hey, did you notice that I cleaned the floors?
Yes.
Whoa! Okay, look.
That wasn't no.
So we work. We work
full.
She pays the rent, but
more than full.
But we work together with trying to make it. Yeah. We try to work together to make it look a little bit cleaner, and sometimes it's in slow motion. But hey, is there any? Look. Is it when I do this? It means I touch her shoulder. Does that
I
mean?
don't like that.
Is there any pressure on us to be perfect?
Sometimes.
Your life on my show. How does one become perfect, Isabella? I mean, excuse me, the walrus.
Through solving these Sudokus.
You're as bad as Ben Arson and myself. So I think I can get perfect with music, and you think you can get perfect with Sudoku. So we're on the same page. People who write music are the same level as people who can do Sudoku. Look. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. Oh, she said, don't touch me on the shoulder. She said it bothers her.
Yeah.
Look, we sleep in the same bed.
Stop it.
This is P. Look, I did
Otherwise
stop it.
Will sleep somewhere
Look. I did stop it. This is PG-13. I'm not doing it to be aggressive. I'm doing it as a joke. Look. The Black Factory show. Number one is about acceptance. Number two, judgment. Leave it at the door. Judgment. Leave it at the door. I ain't interested. Look, I'm from Boston, born in Framingham, live in Vienna. Look, this is my show. Oh, that's right. I'm doing a show. Okay, live from the 10th district of Vienna. No. I've been playing a lot of great music. And I'll be honest with you, boy, I have my go-tos. You guys are great. We never lost. Same with words. Okay. question?
No.
Please?
No.
It wasn't personal, it was just musical. Sorry. I was quiet. Okay. Ask you anyway, don't answer me. This is one of my favorite groups, and I know why. Great music. Don't say anything. From Canada. I love it. My favorite group. When I was a kid, I like Canadian music. Why? You don't have to answer. My favorite music.
Stop talking, please. Why not? Told you don't eat that much. Strong.
I'm not mega, but I'm a little bit over the level that I'm normally used to. I'm not mega. Like you, when you do your thing, you're working with other people, right? Like people talking to me at the same time while I'm doing a show. And I'm doing a show. Look. If anybody has to ask me, oh, of course it's a. Well, I don't know. For the group Rush, they were not really like they never ever actually like tried to get like #1 hits and stuff like that. Great group from Canada, super great group, and internationally, #1 for many. Well, okay, I'll give them 2 decades. For 20 years, they ran the show after Led Zeppelin was bye-bye, Black Sabbath was bye-bye. Who's going to be the cool group to take over? I'll be honest with you. Look. I'm not just saying this as a professional musician. I'm just saying this as a... Look, that was... Did you get that one? That was a setup joke. Look. What I'm trying to say is that no, Rush is everybody knows Rush is my favorite group. But hold on a second, that was a pretend scratch. I got the I want to look. There was a song I was thinking about, but oh wow, it's so difficult. I lost my train of thought. See, as a DJ, you're supposed to think about, okay, well, the Walrus says she doesn't want to be part of my show anymore. So I'm going to run this show until I finish this beer. Clink! Cheers from Vienna. No, you guys are great for and all the new people. Hello, lurkers. You guys are great, and press subscribe or whatever you have to think you have to do, and all that. I don't really care. I'm not selling anything. I'm Blackie Fitzpatrick on the Alec Whittier channel. Look, it's already confusing enough to like look. Look. I talked to my doctor, Vinny Boombots, and he knows his cousins and his second cousins, and everybody was like, "There's no way in heckfire we can sell Blackie Fitzpatrick." And I thought to myself, okay, this is a percentage scratch. I thought to myself, oh, well, I can't sell Blackie Fitzpatrick. That's fine. Look, what am I supposed to do? Sell this? Okay. Cheers from Vienna. Well, that's right. I forgot. I make homemade cigarettes by myself. Am I supposed to sell this? Oh, by the way, look, if anybody's listening, I am for sale. Should I sell this? That was dodgy at best. Look, I'm not here to sell anything. Well, actually, I'm not here to sell anything. This is why I suck at selling. I'm not here. Look, hold on a second. That was my co-star here, the Walrus. What did you say?
PG-13.
What did I say?
Suck.
Huh? What word was bad that I said?
Suck.
Suck. No, suck is PG-13. You can say suck.
Okay.
No, suck it. Look. I was born in Framingham, and I grew up in all of Massachusetts, and I graduated in Boston, and then I moved to London, and I know about the English language, and sucked is okay. You're allowed to say suck. Is that the best word in the world? I don't know. But sometimes it is appropriate. Sucked. That sucked. No. Hold on a second. Please rephrase your question because the cake is really working right now, and I just want to play music. Hold on a second. Do I have a request lined up here? No, I've just been playing Rush, haven't I? Did I go, Isabel? Did I go to the zone? Okay. I'm going to try to break free from the safe zone. I'm from Boston. This is a group called Boston. Great music. The first single. Yes, early 70s. Girlfriend, I'm stoned. This is not a burning joint. Tripping.
So, it's something I get a panic attack. So
No, I'm cool. I love it.
good.
Can I do my show until I come down?
Yeah.
Give me 1 hour. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. 30 minutes. Perfect. Mega tripping. Thank you. I feel comfortable. You look at me. I feel comfortable.
Good. Then stop talking. I don't feel comfortable with silence. So,
Okay. I got my show. I got my show. Oh shit, I forgot to read the chat for the last 10 minutes. Is that bad? You want to do it? Read my chat?
no.
Me neither. No, I agree with you.
Stop talking to me.
Bye. Boston. I tell you, look. One of the funny things about look. I'm from Boston, and I live. Look, you're watching the Black and White Spectrum show live from Vienna, and I think to myself, what are the different attributes between? Look. It's actually quite. It's a limit. Look. If you think about the difference, I don't care about German and English. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like how people talk. And the way people talk is, I'm trying to actually be intelligent right now. We all talk. Look, this is not a look. I'm not rating a 4, 3, 2, 1. This is not a religious channel. I'm talking about like in the old days. I'm talking about look. Mr. Black and Fitzpatrick. I have traveled the world, and it's one thing I've learned. I love history, and yes, I do come from the USA, but I do respect Canada, and all of us. We're kind of all like European settlers. So yes, I was born in Framingham, Massachusetts. I am a European settler, and I love music that comes from Canada. This is by request. Girlfriend, you know your name. This one is for you. Thank you for watching the Black and Fitzpatrick Show, the king of lo-fi. My favorite group. They filmed it live. They did the one take. They were very well rehearsed, right? And they nailed it. Great live group.
Thank you for talking to me.
I'm sorry. I thought it was boring stuff. I can't say it's boring stuff.
But don't talk me.
Okay. My bad.
Don't tell me that constantly because then I'm
Sorry.
panicking and I don't want that. So I don't want
I'm
you
just-
getting a panic attack.
No, I'm
Don't tell me.
enjoying the music. I want you to come onto my level. I'm totally in the groove.
Yeah, me too. If you don't talk to me, I'm in my
Okay. Music is good. I will promise you good music.
Those connections, compassion, psychiatry, full bullets are like nails is crazy. Cause you think that being a girl is crazy. But secretly, you love to know what it's like. Wouldn't you? What it feels like, baby. Silky smooth, lips as sweet as candy. Tight blue jeans, skin that shows in patches. Strong inside, but
What are you searching for?
knowing
Cigarette.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't run with a cigarette in your hand.
I was dancing. So it took a bounce. I don't know where it is. You know the song? Good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Madonna. Good. Very good. A+. Perfect. For me, this is A+. It's a flop, but I love it. Sorry. Go to show. I like your shirt better. Did you get my joke? I like your shirt better.
Why is this also vibrating? Can you stop it a little bit, please? Please.
Working.
It bothers me, the vibration.
Okay. I found my song. Look. Buy chocolate, or go skiing, or something with the Alps. Okay, commercial's over. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. What do you want to do?
What? I don't want to do anything, but it's bothers me, the vibration of the
I was
song.
trying to get it.
I know.
Sorry, I was writing. Sorry. That was great. We're gonna break 4 minutes. I'm sorry, that's a really great joke. Can I tell you?
No.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What a great joke. Came to me. I don't know why, but it came to me. I know why. It's funny. It's like the games that you play. Yeah, it's just funny. Anyway. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna put it in my show anyway for my next joke. But I'm trying to get you involved in it. That's okay. My mother said, try to get Isabel involved more. Okay, correct. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Eagle.
Okay.
Sentry.
It's just an idea I had. I'm sorry. Okay. No, I'm stoned too. Thank you. You tell me you're stoned. I am. I'm like tripping in a good way. Okay, I'll shut up. Good. We're on the same page. My show now.
Thank you.
Girlfriend. Go for it.
What?
Go for it. Share. Look at how stupid I look. My mother told me to do it 2 times per show. I think it's stupid.
Yes, it's stupid.
How about if I do this?
Perfect. It's great.
I'm not making a statement.
Yeah, please also note to me. We talked about this already.
Look, last time, look, last time, last time I checked, look, when you watch the Black Spencer show, the one thing you get 1 zillion kabillion of a percentage of a third of that after the lawyer talks to you. You get everything. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about, King of Lo-Fi. We're talking about, shabam. Everything just goes zingo, bingo, bango, bango. Everything is like, what does gravity mean? That it's great. You don't even know. I know you do. That's right, live. Oh yeah! Your phone play. I'm off. Thank you. Keep on playing my favorite song.
Yes, but please stop talking to me. You need to say this. Yeah, but I would really appreciate it. I would really appreciate it. Goes a little bit. Volume down. I'm scared already. Please. Otherwise I get angry.
How's it get up here? What's the doing this,
It's there.
Ehrlich gesagt bringt es nicht.
Hey, after Van Halen, everybody has to jump. Or not. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi, Blackie Fitzpatrick. talking, no talking.
Number 20 or no?
Okay. Take two. Right, talking to my chat. Whoa.
Why? What?
That's where they go. What a beautiful piece of music. I do have a follow up, and no, Def Leppard. I could talk about them for at least about. Look, the guitar player, God rest his soul. The drummer, look, let him keep on playing drums. I'm not trying to be facetious, but I actually am a Def Leppard fan. So if anybody thinks that I'm not a Def Leppard expert, look, I am. And so I tell you the history of their family. Look. But some people say, right, left, right. Which way should we go? This is by request, actually. Look, you guys have been watching the Black Kids Spectrum show live, and I'll be honest with you. My job is to turn your brain to what? Hold on a second. Is it let? Look, I have this lady girlfriend. She shows up and she says, you know, it's the right side of the brain. I'm sorry. Did I say right side and the right side? Look. It's something that has to do with brain frequencies and weird stuff, which I don't know all about that stuff because nobody has indoctrinated me with the theory that is correct. And it has nothing to do with about science. My show, look, I'm not here about anything, to be honest with you. I'm not thinking about science. Look. But I am, and some people say, hey, Blakey, we like your show because you go, when I watch your show, I realize, look. This has been my common theme. If anybody, look. If anybody has been watching my show over the last month, and this is a debut, I've been talking about this for at least a month. Maybe it was in code, but now I'm saying it out loud. This is my new song dedicated to my father.
Just a small town girl. You took the midnight train just a city boy on a crazy soft trail. You took the midnight train I see you in the smoking room. I smell wine and sweet perfume. For a smile they can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting, looking down the boulevard and the shadows stretching in the night.
Well, hold on a second. Don't stop believing. Hold on a second. Why would I want to even think about stopping believing? Look, I love Steve Perry, and I think he wrote the lyric. Don't stop believing. Why would I want to even think about that subject matter? Look, don't get me wrong. I love Journey. Like, I'm making a half joke. Don't stop. But no, but I'm an optimist. So I have to take this. Look, this is my argument with Steve Perry. Steve Perry, if you can actually watch, I am live right now, actually. If you can hear my voice, every Steve Perry fan that can hear my voice, or everybody who look, I don't even like. I'm being serious though. Hold on a second. Maybe hold on a second. Structure. No. Look. Steve Perry, your lawyers, pull back. It's not like it's anything urgent. We're going to bed? Or one more beer. What do you want?
No more beer.
What?
No more beer.
Are we going to bed now? Okay. Oh yeah. Look. Hold on a second. If look. When I talk underneath the song, that means I'm not talking. Look. Hold on a second. Backtrack. Something to do with what's the word? Nitroid? No, they haven't invented that yet. It's something to do with like nitroid times. Look. I don't know, but I'm feeling. Look, I had problems in my 20s. Look, I don't know. The Walrus doesn't like it when they go into the Blackie Rich Badger show.
Yeah, it's 5 in the morning.
Look,
Why?
I'm saying bye. Look. You guys have been great for watching, and thanks. Look. Like, you know what you like when you watch my show. I'll be honest with you. I think I do the same stuff every time. I think the Walrus were great. Did they get any better? She'll say no. Look. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Thanks, guys. Ciao for now. Sweet dreams. Hold on a second when I press the right button.
Kiss me, I'll be right beside the green grass. Swing, swing the step. You wear those shoes in the middle of that dress. Oh, kiss me, every time I leave me. I'm really so kiss me. Kiss me.
Okay. Well, this is my last song. This is how I kill myself. I only have 30 people watching. Most of them hate you, some like you. I'm sorry, I'm super stoned. You too? Say yes. Say yes to that, then know your level. I'm super stoned. You too? Thank you. Okay. Now we're at the same level. Good. We made two. But we're fine. We're just fucking stoned. You play your game, I do my show. We're fine. Oh shit, I should make a song. I love my kids. I'm sorry. This stuff is brilliant. I can't do it. I will. What a lovely track. Kiss Me. Oh, if she's the owner of a lonely heart, someone, right?
Stop it.
So, but it feels different, right?
It's not possible for you to leave me, please.
I'm just trying to enjoy it.
No, it's not enjoying you, you're annoying. It's not enjoying.
I apologize. I am enjoying it. It sounds beautiful. Like, for me, it sounds beautiful. My ears are like going crazy. It sounds brilliant. I love it.
And talk to your audience.